Happy Monday. We're gonna kick off with some Zabu Rider, I think, here. That's a excellent hand to start the day. Click the button. Morning, Mr. Nasty. Well, that is certainly an awkward set of locations. Yeeth, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Well, at least we get to play Zabu before our hand goes away. Sporadic, thank you for the 41 months. And Yeeth, thanks for the brand new Prime. I suppose we do this, and then we're just chilling. We actually can't trigger Omega Red, otherwise we'll lose bar with no name. If I play this here, it technically gives us more power long term, but I guess getting this out of my hand is also beneficial. Kind of locks us into what we have over here. Captain Marvel, sure. White Queen Darkhawk for the opponent. What's going on, Stardwin? Thank you for re-upping for the second month. Welcome back. Could you donate for a Helicarrier deck that you played a few weeks ago? Sure, Solomon one. That archetype was mostly reasonable. Great card guide today. Daredevil's one of my favorite Series 3 cards. Yeah, for sure. I think it was a good candidate for something like that. Probably close to being good enough here, he says before everything plays out. Alright, not having priority was great, so our coin flip to win this then. Never lucky rubber ducky. Drax is Series 3 card. Nice, McCullough. Yeah, people have been playing since release and spending a little bit of money are becoming Series 3 complete over the course the next little bit here. Broadway, thanks for the brand new Prime. That's cute, Arturu. Sandman is garbage. Letting people know the truth, the light, and the word. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. If there was patch news, chat, it would be in the title. They told us on Wednesday that it would be happening at some point in the next next little bit. Sorry, in the next week. So ideally it's happening by Wednesday, but we have no new info yet. Non-subs, so I ran an ad when I went live initially like I always do, and that's supposed to push the auto ad out. But my ad manager says it's going to try and run something in 7 minutes, so I'm gonna just let that ride and let me know if it actually hits you with an ad or not, because I need to figure out if this is bugged. I need to report a bug to Twitch, or if it's just displaying incorrectly and didn't detect that I ran something when I first went live. We're definitely in it to win it here, chat. Our hand is great, and we're not getting out of land this time. Hey, never feel bad playing the good cards. It's not your job as a Marvel Snap player to balance Marvel Snap as a game for other people. Now, something to think about here is, this is the same person we just played against, and they showed us Shang-Chi in the previous game. So I think we actually just vibe here on these, especially with Giganto costing 5. I think my plan is just like Giganto on 5. And then our turn 6 can be Hellcow into Ghost Rider, etc. He says before getting Spider-Man. Crockett, thank you for the 37 months. Welcome back. You started when the game released with the Miles Season Pass. You're 24 cards for finishing Series 3. Okay, are you gotten every Series Pass or just the Miles one? Or that you're just using that as a measurement of when you started in your free-to-play? It's over 3 years, Crockett. Angel DeMario, thank you for the quarter of a year. And Kyle, thanks for the brand new Prime. Good morning, good morning. You skip Miles, but you bought the other ones after. Okay. We won that coin flip, chat. Okay. So let's go Hellcow into Ghost Rider. And then ideally we discard these to Hellcow and then we discard Apocalypse to Dracula. When you go on a losing/retreating streak, how do you keep your mental from going bad? Well, I was fired in the iron that was Magic the Gathering, so losing a 3-minute game of Snap is mostly whatever. Well, we hit what we wanted to hit, but unfortunately we were punished for a different way here. And honestly, there was kind of nothing we could do about this game, right? Like I played around the Shang-Chi in the center, and they had Shang-Chi. We needed to play around that, but then we also just got arrowed, right? Like this game really kind of feels like a textbook example of why I feel a lot of the complaining around this card specifically is kind of weird to me, because very similar to other things, it's just like, well, yeah, it does like something kind of linear and powerful, but at the end of the day, like, this is still just objectively the best card in Snap, I think. It's not particularly close. Maybe leader instead. I don't know. I think there's a reasonable argument. There's a reasonable argument that Arrow's the best card in the game. I also don't know that she needs a redesign or a change outside of losing a couple points of power, but she's definitely one of the strongest things around. Ballin' Squirrel, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. If you're missing Omega Red in this deck, you replace it with a different 4 energy card. Yes, Giganto is just a big stat line to put into play with Jubilee, Ghost Rider, or Dracula. Okay, so Squirrel's in the Space Throne. It's like Troll in the dungeon, right? Squirrel in the Space Throne. So, if they're not like killmongering us or something, what if we just go like Omega Red left into Pass Infinite? Is that crazy? Call me maybe. Blanky Man, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back, appreciate it. All right, and they have priority here, so this Infinite should be good to go. They're snapping me, huh? What beats me here? Leader doesn't do it. Oh, do we just lose the breaker? 26. We do just lose the breaker. Yeah. Type, thanks for the prime. And Timothy Tomet, thanks for the quarter of a year. Snap back. No chat. Snapping back requires you to count basic things like against one of the best interactive cards in the game. Honestly, there probably could have been merit to non-subs. If you get an ad roll in a second, please let me know in chat. It's counting down 20 seconds right now. Apologies if it happens, but Twitch is bugged if it happens. I need to report an issue with their ads manager. Your donation go through, probably solve it when I'm bad at notifications in the morning. Hey, it did. Thank you, thank you. I can do some of that after this. Zabu. Well, subscribers won't see an advert. Yeah, now it's hung on ads starting soon. So I think the ads manager is bugged. Okay, and nope. Okay, now it says in progress. Did you just get hit non-subs? Omega Red and Nexus is kind of funny. Okay. Alright, it is bugged. It's not even accurate when it says something's coming later. I think we do this. I think we do this. Thank you for the 4 years, Schiller. Feng Shui Gorilla, thank you for the 2 months. I am waiting on picking up Bast before we play Cerebro 3. I want to poke at Cerebro 3 a little bit, but I want Bast. King Cow, welcome back. Sorry for that roll that happened. It's good to know that this thing is bugged and works in a couple of ways I didn't realize. We'll make sure that doesn't happen again. No Apocalypse here is really unfortunate. I guess we just do this. We hope to win this coin flip. Saying every 50-50 like it's our job today. No, Bast is one of the 2 Series 5 cards I'm still missing. We'll probably have it today or tomorrow. I think I'm getting Bass before Sauron. Sauron's that's supposed to be the new card this week, right? Does anybody know? Drew's Deja Vu, thanks for the quarter of a year. What's going on, Global? Good morning, good morning. What do I think of this deck? I think it is a reasonable high variance big swing deck. Like, it involves a lot of retreats if you're playing it correctly, but it's also fine at picking up bigger cube swings. Play these out of our hands, that way they're not caught for Dracula at the end of the game. Yeah, Mr. Negative is one of the shells that Bass is very reasonable in. Do you have any information on the next bundles? Yeah, we know that there's going to be a bundle coming that has 12,000 credits in it, but we don't know what the price is or when it's going to start. I assume it's coming when we get the patch, whenever that is. BTY, thank you for the 2.5 years. And Extendall, thanks for the half a year. Okay, so all their cards are very, very free. Just do this and hope that plus 12 or 20 is enough to win over here. Because 19? 19's probably good enough here. We can realistically lose with 26 on the left, though. They have 5 cards, and all their stuff costs infinitely less. Minus their 4 drops are 1 energy. Hey, Aether Spike, thank you for the 2 months. Victory. Opponent is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Thanks, friendo. We have a lot of missions to roll through today, chat, because I didn't pay for extra ones over the weekends. They all get stored up. I want to split this Storm variant. She's kind of great. This might be the best Storm variant in the game so far. Frame break. My favorite style of variant. I don't know if I have a subset that I really like all of. I feel like in every grouping, there's at least like 1 or 2 that I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah, the one they gave us for free is fine. I'm just not a huge fan in general of the more cartoony artworks. I feel, well, the like venomed and nullified variants on things are interesting. I feel like they kind of lose the personality of the actual character. All right, we need some more credits to finally split her fully. All right, 5,400 collector tokens, so probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I'm a fan of all the pixel variants, something like that. Do none of the upcoming bundles have tokens? None of the ones they've publicly announced have tokens, no. It'll be interesting to see where they go with those. I was under the impression we were just gonna like always have tokens in bundles, but we definitely snapped Sinisterland in. How many cards am I missing at the moment? Bast and Super Skrull. Yeah, you gotta hold strong, Brocktoon. Don't spend tokens on Series 4 cards you don't really want. You're gonna get them from caches eventually. Yeah, they definitely don't know yet, Chaos Hat, what their ideal token, what their ideal bundle pricing or anything looks like at the moment. Like they are very much in the we're throwing noodles at the wall phase and seeing what sticks. Yes, right on the Galactus. Nailed it. If you're getting Series 3 complete, would you recommend saving tokens for Series 4 or Series 5 cards? We can't really answer that question well without knowing, like, what the downgrade timers are gonna look like, unfortunately. I don't know if my body is ready for this Shang-Chi into Galactic, or into Null. Alright, so we win 1 in 6 here? No, even that doesn't work, right? No, it would have, yeah, if we would have hit the Giganto, we'd have been 28, they would have lost this. Yeah, I don't know. This deck, someone asked me for my thoughts on this deck, and while I don't think this deck is bad, it's definitely pretty low player agency. You're very much a, here's my stuff, can you beat it style deck. I saw a post on Reddit comparing Snap to other card games where you can get 100 cards for $100, but in Snap you get nothing. Is that a good thing for Snap though? It makes the game not pay to win. Well, so the thing, for starters, yes, for starters, exactly what Chaos Hat said here. Anybody who's comparing the raw number of cards you get in Marvel Snap to the raw number of cards you get in any other card game has started off their engagement and comparison with a bad faith bullshit structure of an argument or willful ignorance. And in either case, they're probably not someone worth listening to. I can go to my local game store and get, like, you know, thousands of bulk Magic cards for pennies on the dollar. It doesn't make them worthwhile. I'm just soaking on Sunspot for now. Looking like Shuri into Panther into hopefully Taskmaster or Zola. Zero Synth, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Trainer Yellow, thanks Drippin' for the 2nd month. And Outlaw Racer, welcome back again. I don't know. I think people shouldn't complain is also a pretty bad take. But I think having your complaints be structured and reasonable is important. Like, complaining about the raw number of cards really shows a fundamental misunderstanding of, like, how the systems are structured between the two games. I don't know. One of the things that's weird about Marvel Snap, and it's one of those things that's gonna take time to figure out if it works as far as gambits go, is making it so most people don't have a full collection something that's sustainable and reasonable for players to experience. It's like people talking about bad value propositions when it comes to spending money. It's like, well, yeah, that's by design. They want the game to be something where you're better off having played the game a bunch. They want progress to be gradual for everyone, even people spending money. Moon Typhoon, thank you for the Prime, appreciate that. Many of the things Marvel Snap has done bucks traditional card game trends, and I also don't think it's happenstance that Marvel Snap has bucked a lot of traditional card game trends, and it's also the only new card game to come to market in the last like 5+ years that's actually grabbed any amount of market share. Like there's a reason why there's a reason why all the dozens of different card games that have come to market post Hearthstone that basically copy and pasted the core of Hearthstone have failed, right? Putting powerful, synergistic cards in Series 5 is not healthy, and you agree. I think it depends on the power level of those cards. I think putting cards that are better than the existing build-around powerful cards in Series 3 into Series 5 is bad, because power creep is bad. But I think in general, if power creep is kept in check, the Series 5 release mechanism is fine under the assumption that cards downgrade in a reasonable time frame, which we don't know, and it's starting to lean towards cards are not going to be downgrading in a reasonable time frame, which is problematic. Hey, Van Cax, thank you for the 2 months to Prime, appreciate that. The people that have been asking why Yellow Jacket was in this deck, it's to execute a cute combo that we'll see if it manages to come up or not in our games that we're playing here today. I think the Cosmo kind of beats us, huh? One of talking about things that Marvel Snap does that are different. Talking about things that Marvel Snap that does different than their card games is Marvel Snap very much is the idea that instead of focusing on every new card right when it releases, you should be a collector getting every other card in the game before turning your focus to the newest cards available. And that's incredibly different than any other card game that's ever released. It's going to be interesting to see long term if that's a viable cycle, because it's again one of the things that Snap is choosing to do that's just different than everything else. Simply Bones, thank you for the quarter of a year, welcome back. And they can milk the whales with that FOMO. So I really don't love the FOMO argument when it comes to Snap. Like, it's like technically FOMO in the strictest sense that you're like not getting early access to the things, but it's very different than the FOMO in like other games where they run limited characters and stuff like that, right? Like in Snap, the cards don't disappear after whatever banner or whatever that game calls it they run on, right? Like they become cheaper over time, they don't become exclusive. Super Freak, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, delayed gratification is definitely a more accurate descriptor of what Marvel Snap is looking to leverage or abuse. Do I have all the cards? I do not. I am missing 2 cards still. And I've literally been spending the most amount of money any human being can spend to get extra progress since they announced the card upgrades. And I'm still missing 2 cards. Someone asked, is this deck playable without Shuri? Chat, I don't even know if this deck is playable with Shuri. It seems like a very terrible pile of cards. I'm gonna lose like 1 or 2. Escaped. 1 or 2 more here. How can I be missing 2 cards? Because you could only acquire so many collection levels per day, chat. Every single day, there is a limit to the amount of extra credits you can buy for gold. And there is a limit to the amount of extra missions you can roll and play to get extra credits. My collection level is approaching 12,000. On average, am I unlucky not having opened a Series 5 card yet from the collection track? I'm not actually, so I'm approaching unlucky. I was collection level 7,000, 7,300, I believe, when the Series 5 cards were added. And the expected value proposition is that you should, on average, open a Series 5 card every 4,800 collection levels. So the fact that I haven't opened one, I'm coming up on, I just passed 4,000 collection levels. So if I don't hit a Series 5 card in a reserve in the next 400 or 500 levels, I'll officially be running bad. What collection level do you have all the Series 3 cards at? That's a moving number. So Series 3 is going to have more cards added to it slowly. Oh, I should have played Yellow Jack. Never mind. We're getting rid of the Yellow. Series 3 is going to have more cards added to it over time. And it kind of varies depending on what you're spending. Do you feel it's silly that you have to go 4,800 collection levels between cards? So statements like that always make me chuckle. Sandworms, thank you for the 32 months, by the way, because you took the statement that I said and then you jumped to a conclusion that wasn't true from it. And that's a very typical thing with discussions on the internet in 2022. So the fact that it's one Series 5 card expected from the collection track every 4,800 levels does not mean that I get a card every 4,800 levels. So approximately every 500 levels or so, you get enough resources to have a new Series 5 card from reserves, from the collector's token shop. One of the things that changes as you become an end game Marvel Snap player is, do I want a Zola here? What if I Zola here? Would that be funny? Would that be good? Good is the better question. They're going to Silver Surfer probably, which means Polaris left wins. Sounds like a dub to me. No, I beat Surfer on the left if I Polaris, right? They're going to 16? Never lucky rubber ducky. Series 3 will keep getting bigger and bigger. Yes, Series 3 will increase without bound. As eventually, so for people that haven't kept up with Marvel Snap's long-term release plans are Series 5 and Series 4 will be a static number of cards, and every time a new Series 5 card gets added, a card from 5 will drop to 4, and a card from 4 will drop to 3, and then Series 3 will grow without bound as new cards are added at a rate of 4 cards a month. That is the long-term release goals for Marvel Snap as a game. Helak, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. I do not think they will split up Series 3, and nor do I think they need to, honestly. What they need to do, that is a need absorbing man variant, you're not wrong, this is our opponents from Bugle. What needs to be done with Series 3 is we really need, oh god, my mouth is just mush. What we really need from Series 3 is we need the ability to have better control over the token shop. It's gonna be rough for new players entering Pool 3 a year from now. Not really if the token shop works as intended. So something that you need to understand, chat. I was talking to chat and I messed up. I should have put Forge over here. Series 3 is the token shop is not supposed to show you the same Series 5 card 6 times before you see all of Series 3 in the rotation. That's bugged. So once that gets fixed, I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. Also, what's the word that I'm searching for? The token shop as set up now, it very much feels like this product was rushed. Okay, so if I would have put Forge in here, we'd have a really big yellow jacket. As stands, we're gonna have a little baby yellow jacket, and I'm gonna keep playing and hopefully think better when we click in the future. Also, and this is something to note, every time Marvel Snap has made changes to their economy, they've made it faster and easier to collect every card in the game. And I fully expect that they will continue making it faster and easier to collect every card in the game as time goes on. Feels Wong, man. You know what the #1 side chat you can tell a tier list or deck rating system you're looking at is made by someone that doesn't play a lot of high-level Snap? They have Wong rated as a really high card. It's my #1 side that I should turn a tier list off is they have Wong in like S or A. Anyone who's actually played Marvel Snap on their way up to Infinite knows that Wong is not a problematic or even very powerful card. It is a card that readily gets countered by effectively every good deck in the game. It's like, does a neat and powerful thing if it's left unchecked, but it is very frequently, or very unfrequently left unchecked. Wong is a card that is very easy to make it look like it's better than it is if you are clipping content out of context for YouTube. I was baited into buying Wong as my first shop purchase. Yep. Wong wins hard, he does not win good. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's probably a Leech Leader gamer. Okay, well, the good news is the snap was just because they're killmongering me. Ah, we're gonna lose by a little bit because of Thor. The person that complained it was unfair. All right, hold on, chat. I know this might get my Twitch account banned, but I think it's worth it to prove a point. Someone in chat was complaining for getting timed out for just posting an opinion, and their opinion was Legends of Runeterra is the better comparison because Legends of Runeterra has a player-friendly economy and it didn't hurt their game. So I won't be offended if anybody reports me for broadcasting a murder live here on stream, but here's Legends of Runeterra for the last 365 days on Twitch. Our average viewer count is down 58.2%. There's a lot of red in the 2022 Legends of Runeterra stats. Why do people always bring up Legends of Runeterra when they talk about the economy? Because they're fucking stupid and they don't understand how this stuff works. Because they're repeating bullshit they heard on Reddit that's not based in reality. Legends of Runeterra could be a case study in human beings not understanding what they want, or saying they want one thing and then playing it as another. Also what someone else said, so Twitch is, and this is another point because people always bring this up. Mad Knight, thanks for the 2 months. You're right that Twitch isn't fully representative of the health of a game, but Twitch is representative of trends surrounding a game, okay? So a game not being successful on Twitch doesn't mean that game isn't successful overall, but a game having a sudden and dramatic downturn on Twitch from where it previously was represents an overall trend with the game to begin with. And again, this is a good way to remind you that data doesn't lie, but liars love data. So I am not saying with that point that I just made that Twitch success means the game is healthy. But what I am saying is a dramatic change in how the game performs on Twitch does indicate that there is a problem in the game somewhere. God, these locations suck for us with the flooding here. I think we're just doing this. And then all of these are merging into Clint Tower in a not exciting way. So, I'm going to say one more thing about the Runeterra economy, and then I'm going to move on and stop talking about it. So, the something that is true is that every card game, including Marvel Snap with Leech Leader right now, eventually has a bad metagame, right? Like that's just how card games work. No card game is perfect forever, right? But the thing that your game's economy does that's important, the thing that games economies does that is important is the card game's economy can encourage your player base to continue playing your game. I don't know that 12's enough to win here. We'll give him a cube though. Can encourage your player base to keep playing even when the meta game is bad, right? And it's important that your player base feel incentivized to continue playing, because the reality of a lot of these style of games is that once someone puts the game down to start, they often never pick it back up. It's very difficult to get someone who's walked away from a lifestyle style game to come back into it. So having some type of incentive system to encourage people to continue playing the game even when the meta game's a little bit medium is instrumental in player retention for the long term. To the person that said, don't you think it's harsh to time people out for putting nonsense in your chat? Chat, there are so many places on the internet where you could post nonsense and have no repercussions for your actions. My Twitch chat doesn't need to be one of them. Talran, thank you for the 59 months. Welcome back. Yeah, if you want to go talk about how $100 gets you 100 cards in Magic Arena, so $100 should get you 100 cards in Marvel Snap, go post that on Reddit. I don't need to hear about that here. That's a Zabu. Forging. I want Forge to end up in the Wong path eventually. So that way if we Odin here, we can get it all doubled up. Hey, Lamont, welcome to a live one. Good morning, good morning. What changes do you feel Snap needs to make long run successful? Well, I think the big obvious thing on everybody's mind at the moment is understanding or knowing what these card downgrades are going to look like. The player base really needs to know that they're not going to have to wait 6 months to get a new card release. I think the Series 4 and 5 card release model has a lot of potential to be successful, but the devil is in the details, and the details are currently unknown or looking bad. Hey, thanks for dropping in, Gorlo. Welcome, welcome. If it takes longer than 2 months for a card, if it takes longer than 2 months for a card to go from Series 5 to Series 4, I don't think the system works at all, and I also think there's a chance that 2 months is even too long. I think in an ideal world, the line on how long cards need to move probably needs to be closer than a month. Alan, thank you for the half a year. Hey, good to have you here, Yeeth. Taskmaster works on an exploded unit, so this is a 32 power Taskmaster. The problem is 32 power Taskmaster is going to lose to 24 stats from death, plus anything else, right? So, And a comment in chat, 2 months is even too long if you feel like you're getting stomped by new cards. So I don't think the Series 4 and 5 system works at all if they're power creeping things. Regardless of how long it's going to take for cards to downgrade between series, having good balance is going to be really important to keeping things reasonable. Elementals, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. 6 months. Wonderful amount of time to be subscribed to my Twitch channel. Terrible amount of time for a card to go from Series 5 to Series 4. I don't think that is a realistic thing that's ever gonna happen, Dilsky. Starting cards at Series 4 release, they almost assuredly don't view as a reasonable release model. Sam Jam Bam, thanks for the brand new Prime. Yes, so I think one of the questions I would be interested to see from a fly on the wall stats perspective is how often do people that don't have Series 5 cards actually see Series 5 cards? Like, if your largest exposure to Snap is watching my stream and the streams of other whales where we have Series 5 cards and our MMR and rank bracket has us playing against them constantly, that isn't representative of the average player experience, right? The person that I just banned, if you write an unban request explaining to me how you've learned that you shouldn't use the word retarded in a derogatory sense, you may be unbanned. If you don't feel like doing that, you are welcome to fuck off into the sun and away from my Twitch channel. Couple of rocks. I don't think I've seen a single... I don't have a single Series 4 or 5 card. I still see Darkhawk and Galactus. So the people that are, like, telling me your anecdotal experiences, it's tough for me to know exactly whether or not what you're telling me is reasonable, because I don't know, like, your collection... I don't know... You're not including your, like, collection levels and, like, what your rank is, right? And we also don't know what your internal MMR is. There's a lot of details there that's hard to anecdotally know about. Yeah, are you supposed to try and win left with Panther and then play something else somewhere else? Is probably the case. This wins left. The question is, I don't know that we can win right or center. Now, the problem here is Taskmaster doesn't, Taskmaster only copies 8 power, right? So we are dead to Mystique here. Play Yellow Jacket for, tiebreakers, right? Oh, you know what? I should Yellow Jacket mid to shrink the lizard, right? It'd be -2/+2, but it'd be -3 over there for them. And if I would have played Yellow Jacket, we'd have played around leader middle. It's weird that they played leader middle. Maybe they're expecting me to go hard on the right. Don't worry, chat. He'll have 3 powers soon. Oh, I could have played the rock. Yeah, if we'd have played the rock in the middle, we would have won there because of where they played their leader. It is worth noting we'd have still lost that game if they'd have played leader right like they probably should have. Yeah, that's another good question too, guy with the gun. It makes me wonder. I think a lot of people don't think about how often when people even see a Series 5 card, is it a card that they actually put in their deck that was randomly generated? I remember that complaint a lot when things are starting out. They're like, oh, my opponent has Series 3 cards. Then I was like, generated from Agent 13. Yeah, I like keeping the inked variants at their base art. Hey, Mike, thank you for the 65 months. Okay, well, the way this has worked out with the squirrels, this is a little bit of a gamba, but I like to live dangerously. I have a donation to play a Helicarrier deck, so we're going to dork around with that for a little bit. After this game, non-subs, we're going to take our 60-second break for the hour. I'm going to stand up and stretch a little bit. Not that I love any Luke Cage hazmat decks at the moment. The Zabu decks really just don't put a lot of things into play, and it feels like it's hard to appropriately shrink them. We should make a point to play some Cerebro 1 the next couple of days before Hazmat gets buffed and it dies. That's a good call. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. He says before getting Shang-Chi. It.
Victory.
All right, non-sub, see you in 60 seconds. I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. You don't get why there is a yellow jacket in this deck, because I wanted to play a bad combo deck this morning, Chip. Did we have a card? We had a card I was upgrading. That was that red, right? Were we upgrading earlier? Storm, right, we got the new Storm variant. How many full Inkified decks? I don't. I have full Ink plus gold. I think Thanos could use a buff, maybe a small one. I wouldn't hate it if they made the Power Stone also draw a card. That's so sad that that's our split. No Kirby's, no ink, no golds. We're short boosties to be able to split her again. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. I have a gold background. I have a gold background on this one. How many storm splits is this now? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 storm splits. Am I still spending the max per day since I have most of the cards? Yeah, I don't have all of the cards. So I'm spending the max until I have all of the cards. Buffer Bloat, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, my long-term goal for Snap content is catch up with the Series 5 cards. Bass is the last one that I really care about, and then have each new release on release. That way we could showcase it. Spy is my loose skull. You explain dropping priority in turn order. I don't know what that means. Your sentence doesn't English for me. Okay, chat. We're about to get wonged here, but we're theoretically getting set up to combo. They're asking, how do you manage winning to board to control your priority? Well, that, again, like, that's not a, this is an easy, clean thing that you do it this way and it always works, chat. That is very much a, it depends type situation. Okay, chat, we finally have the Yellow Jacket combo. Let's see if we can avoid getting Cosmoed. So here's the idea. We set up Wong into Forge into Shuri, and then on turn 6, we Odin this path, and then we Yellow Jacket afterwards, and the Yellow Jacket will be triple digits. So if we can dodge a Cosmo, we can dodge a ball, and we can put a really big Yellow Jacket into play. This is the thing we've been losing cubes for the last 45 minutes trying to do. And like a fart in the wind, chat, it's completely gone. Oh, wait. Oh, chat. New York. Oh, New York. I take back most of the terrible things I've said about you over the years. You saved my memes. New York has saved my memes, chat. Oh, they're coming for my memes, chat. They're coming for my memes. I won the game, but I lost my memes. Was it even worth it? These cubes don't even taste good. I don't fucking want these cubes. I wanted 100 power Yellow Jacket. We won the game, but at what cost? I present to you Wong, the S tier card. Vader Jester, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Why are card games so expensive? Card games are more expensive than a normal AAA game because card games are a living product that's supposed to exist for years and get constant content updates. I think whenever someone compares the price of a card game to the price of a $60 game that you spend money on and you play for 20 hours and then you never touch it again is a really weird comparison. Because you're right, those other games are cheaper to start, but they're also shorter and you play them less. Will I adopt you? What's going on, Filtered Orange? These locations are not a great seed for our combo deck. You're not wrong. Okay, so this is Soak on Sunspot, 20 power She-Hulk, 20 power Taskmaster, Yellow Jacket on the last turn. Power She-Hulk, Taskmaster, Yellow Jacket. Been defeated? No, I think we win left and right here. Yeah, MMOs are the better comparison when it comes to card games. And honestly, MMOs basically run exactly like a card game with the season pass, right? You pay $10 a month for Marvel Snap for the season pass, just like you'd pay a subscription fee on an MMO, and you have to grind a bunch and do your chores to actually get to the point where you play the game. It is essentially the exact same thing. I have no idea what our opponent is doing. Oh, this was randomly generated. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, also, these were they're just a collector deck. These were randomly generated. Chat, I just want to make 100 power Yellow Jacket. I don't want to win these other games. I want to win the hearts and minds of the people watching with 100 power Yellow Jacket. Okay, raise your wongers. Okay. What should I spend on this game every season? The max spend that I frequently reference when playing when talking about Marvel Snap is approximately $700 a month, give or take. All right, I believe, chat. We're gonna draw the Yellow Jacket. I mean, this is a 60 power Red Skull, so we might still win, but it would have been less exciting. Victory. You mean like 700 gold a month? No, I mean 700 USD a month. Hey, what's going on, BNM? Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate, or 2 months resub. Appreciate it. Filtered Orange, thank you for the quarter of a year, by the way. Vader Jester, thank you for the quarter of a year as well. Buffer Bloat, I think I missed yours too. Catching up on my notifications here. The Leviathan money. Chat. $700 a month in a mobile game is a little baby dolphin, okay? I know that that's unfathomable for some people, But let me tell you about the Raid Shadow Legends and the Marvel Strike Forces of the world. We'll give you some perspective on that number. Diablo Immortal. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I guess Cosmos is not good for a forge. I'm gonna take a look in here.
Escaped.
Also, chat, look at my title. This is my full-time job. When I talk to my accountant every year, they're always amazed at the lack of expenses my business has. It's like, yeah, this is the computer hardware that this is my computer hardware that I bought for the year for upgrades and things that broke, and these are the dollars I spent in microtransactions. I play Raid and Future Fight. Future Fight's a different Marvel gacha game, right? I show my accountant all my dope variants. No, but I should. Alright, chat, I believe. We're gonna draw Shuri followed by Yellow Jacket. Do I spend gold on variants in the shop? Occasionally. I do not try and deduct meals while I'm working. I think there's probably a way around that, but it gets messy on the details, my understanding.
Wakanda forever.
Work meals are indeed messy. Truth. We could end up incredibly sad here. You are not wrong, chat. A little bit of a Gamba angle on our Zola into the Wong path. Does Agatha count as an employee? Asking, there's the real Marvel Snap is my job tax questions. Alright, swing and a miss number one, coin flippy. Nailed it, easy dub. Never doubted Zola for a second, chat. Ego's a 1099 contractor, aren't we all? Achilla Pond, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Getting so many season pass levels this morning, chat. Boosties. I'm saving Zabu boosters for this variant. Alright, chat, I'm gonna play this deck until our next ad break in about 45 minutes. Do we think I will manage to combo in that time period? Will we see a 100 power Yellow Jacket before we give up? Play something with the HUD in it. I have a donation to play, okay, I believe chat. 1 in 9 to draw Odin. I have a donation to play a Helicarrier deck after this. Poor Wong. Perpetually bullied, chat. Perpetually bullied. Never lucky rubber ducky.
Escaped.
Zabu? Zabu. Do you think Shuri is the best card in the game? I don't think we have nearly enough data on that. Be nice. Thanks for the sub gifts. Long. So there's Silver Surfer most likely. Okay, chat, we've got the combo teed up here. We just need to draw a Yellow Jacket. 1 in 5 and then 1 in 4. This is it, chat. This is the 100 power Yellow Jacket the legends foretold of and the Cosmo flipped off. They have priority here. There is Silver Surfer deck that's like 99% to be playing Cosmo. Oh, look, chat. It's not Cosmo, but it's one of the dozens of other cards that disrupt Swong. $425,600 counters. Look at the way that they all massacre Wong. There's Rogan, there's Cosmo, there's all these other things. Do 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 beep 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 doo. To the surprise of few, chat, I was a theater kid growing up. I'm sure that's not news to anybody who's watched this stream for more than a little bit, but just for clarity's sake.
I am Ego.
Harry knows the rules. And so do I. We're no stranger to ego. Do 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 beep beep do 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 do. Yeah, ego, take the wheel. Ego, take the wheel. Look at that. Got the order right, and they both went into Mojo's world. Okay, now we just need it to play Red Skull or Panther and not Taskmaster. All right, Red Skull or Panther and not Taskmaster. Monka Wong! Oh no, Monka Wong. All right, so you're saying there's a chance. We're halfway there. Oh, Panther over there. Ego's taking my hand, I swear. Do do be do 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 beep 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 beep. Listen, chat, we are happy with any of these, okay? No, we're good, right? We're good. We're good because of Mojo World. We actually would have lost if it hadn't been for Mojo World.
Victory.
Wong does not double absorbing, man. Which is unintuitive and confusing for many humans.
Opponent snapped.
Oh no, chat. Harry saw that our deck is terrible and he's coming for his cubes back. Dreadhog, thanks for content. I've been running a version of the Domino Surfer deck. Has been very reliable. Hey, love to hear it. That's actually gonna be my my deck highlight tomorrow morning. Is the Surfer deck. I don't think I'm playing to the raft, chat. I think we're punting that. Play Forge in the middle. Keep buying unlimited missions. You cannot. So you can roll 3 sets of additional missions per day with the asterisk that if you don't roll 3 sets of extra missions in a given day, you can store up to 10 of them for a later day. So over the weekend, I play enough Marvel Snap to not lose any credits by missing missions, but I also don't take the time to roll extra missions up. So when we start the stream on Monday morning, I have 9 extra quests ready to roll in the bank, basically. So I'll have my 6 plus 18 extra quests to do Monday morning. That's how it ends up working out. Here's an interesting question. Do I Panther? If I Panther here, I can Odin the Panther next turn. But if I don't Panther here, I can draw Wong, and then we can Wong plus Odin plus Yellow Jacket because of Zabu. I think I leave myself the chance to draw the Wong here, and we'll play the Panther, right? A stock negative, the best negative to climb. A stock negative is my preferred negative variation. Grizzle Fluff, thank you for the 32 months. What card is coming out tomorrow? I believe tomorrow's release is Sauron. So I'm not 100% on that. Hey, chat. Okay, we played to the out. We've been waiting for this moment. Our entire morning has come to this. Is 26 gonna be enough to win the right? Because our Wasp is winning left. I believe in him. Oh yeah. Wongers. Odin. Grow, my children, grow! Alright, we're forging a monster, chat. Alright, we can die happy. And chat didn't think we could assemble the 112 power Wasp before we were done with this deck. Excellent. Excellent. Quite literally how we drew it up. Alright, we lost many cubes to get here, but I would like to dedicate this game to Ordinary Harry who let us play it out. Be sure to give them a follow on Twitch if you're looking for more great Snap content. Ooh, we almost have enough Red Skull boosties to take Red Skull to a red border. All right, I'm gonna play one or two more. Maybe we should quit while we're ahead. Hopefully the why is Yellow Jacket here questions have now been answered. Do it 4 more times and you've got yourself a clickbait. How did Yellow Jacket get to 112 power? So, the way Odin and Wong works is that Odin triggers twice, and each time he triggers the things you're playing him on twice. So, Odin onto the Wong triggered Forge 4 times and triggered Shuri 4 times. So the 2-power Yellow Jacket ends up getting buffed by Forge 4 times and by Shuri 4 times. A dad joking. Thank you for a quarter of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. It's a Wong beer. Maybe I was supposed to actually just Wong Panther Zola this game. It's 2 plus 2 plus 2 times 2 times 2 plus 2 plus 2 times 2 times 2. Sure, yeah. That sounds right. I think we just Red Skull right for 20 power, and then we Taskmaster left. Although we're probably dead to their unchecked Wong. Alright, Zola wasn't an option. Taskmaster, or Yellow Jacket nets his power over here. It's -3, but +7. It goes 2, then 4, then 6, then 12, then 24, then 26, then 28, then 56, then 112. Yeah, exactly. Quick maths. Our opponent and I here with the aggressively middling draws. Oh, that ties the right? Does that beats us? No, that beats us. Is there 12? Oh, they're 12 because of the red skull. I was like, where are they getting 7 from? The red skull got us. Although I guess even if we were tied here, we would have lost the break. No, we would have won the breaker. All right, chat. Almost enough boosties to split Yellow Jacket. One more set of boosters on Red Skull to make him red, and one more set of boosties on Yellow Jacket to split it. How many boosters do you need to split something? It takes 50 boosters to go from red border to infinite border. Do leech cards get +3 in DC? They do. Ooh, piece of candy. Do we do this now? I guess we set this. Actually, I want the Wong to be slightly smaller. So we'll put a 12 power Panther middle, we'll put Wong here, and then if we draw Shuri next turn 1 and 5, we actually have the Wasp combo set up again, right? Alright, sometimes lucky. Did I do their Adam Warlock card? Alright, Shuri, please. Whoo! We're about to get Cosmo'd and be sad, but I am saying there's a chance. If they don't have Cosmo exactly this turn, we should have priority going into next turn.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Oh, we don't have priority. Awkward. Because of Iron Man. That's fine, I believe. I believe. No Cosmo. No Cosmo! Our Odin is also getting double Shuri'd, so Odin's gonna be 32 here on the left.
I am Iron Man.
We're gonna win center and right, chat. We're gonna win center and right, chat. Oh, well, we're gonna win all 3? Look at that, and chat didn't think we could combo a single time? Here we go. Here we go again. Here we go again. Should have known, should have known, should have known again. And again, the math here for people that aren't following. Odin triggers twice, and each time Odin triggers, he triggers each of these twice. So Odin triggers Forge twice, which puts Yellow Jacket to 6. Actually, it even, hold on, let me pull full screen. It actually shows it here at the top. So Yellow Jacket goes 2 to 4 to 6, then it doubles to 12, then it doubles to 24, then it goes to 26 to 28, and then it doubles to 56, and then it doubles to 112. So that's how 112 Yellow Jacket comes out of this disaster over here. This mess of cards is cube positive. That can't possibly be true. Hold on, I'm looking. Oh my god, we've netted 3 cubes, chat. Oh god. That ain't right. Okay, we need to keep playing until that's not true, okay? We're currently up 3 cubes. That can't be, that's not allowed, okay? Oh, man! We actually just have the full combo set up. And there's a TVA. Sedge.
Time's up.
Easy dub, chat. Easy dub. 5 hours later, we're gonna still be trying to lose with 112 power Yellow Jackets. Yep. Frax! This is my longest commitment to a relationship. Thank you for the generous tier 2 and for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. This person's been bullying us, chat. They have a lot of anti-Wong cards in their good deck full of good cards. It's very mean. I want you to imagine for the moment the audacity of playing good cards in your Marvel Snap deck. Morning, Nathan. Okay. Okay. Nobody panic. Everything is fine. I think we actually pass here and not let them know what's going on.
Opponent snapped.
Power over here, but I guess it's only +7 overall. All right, we'll spew some cubes, chat. We have too many cubes at the moment. We should Yellow Jacket into Zola. I don't think that works. Wait, what? What the fuck are they doing? Neither of these were randomly generated, chat. Opponent is also playing a combo deck, yeah. Arrow, so good you can play Maximus and Darkhawk in the same deck. It's a hell of a tagline. Ewok, thank you for the 33 months. God, Magical Caracal, thanks for the 44. And Longhorn Prime, thanks for coming back for the 2nd month. Morning, good morning. They keep queuing into the same try-hard. It's a little annoying. I really hope they fix matchmaking at some point. The current system of getting constant repairs is incredibly unsatisfying and frustrating. Skull Zola. Unfortunately, with the bar with no name, Zola is not a good play. Now we'll do this though, and we'll be 30 here, and then we'll have 30 over here as well. Like, just to not say anything I haven't already said 100 times before, the people that are talking about things like Silver Surfer and Wong being busted cards really don't understand the fundamentals of Snap and what's actually good. It's not spooky to assume that I'm gonna play a big card when I haven't triggered Shuri yet, chat. That's just good play. The opponent played those games really well, and they played a deck full of good cards to farm our bad deck full of bad cards. Zabu. All of the people you see playing on every stream are either ghosting or bots, mood. Those are the options. There is no in between. Hey, Barely Plays, thanks for the brand new Prime. Loving Snap, do you have a video explaining why I shouldn't snap Vision into Death's Domain against a Brood deck? Seems like content a lot of us, me, could use. What's going on, Late Night Dad? Thanks for the half a year.
Mjolnir, to me.
They drew Hammer right away. That's a good beat. All right, chat. Our Arnim Zolas flip coins professionally, okay? So this Black Panther is about to be 13, and then he's about to be 26 here and here. 50% of the time, it works every time.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Why did I put Forge into kill? Because I wanted the flexibility to be able to draw Shuri and Odin with Wasp. That's probably too many cards, though. You're right. I probably just should have stuck the Forge in the center to play to the Black Panther out. Never lucky rubber ducky. The Slosh, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, we used to have a curve like a good deck. You got Shuri, Panther, Zola, capable of winning a game on its own potentially. My partner and I both have Daredevil pinned in our shop right now, so good tabbing on the guide. Excellent. Yeah, I honestly feel like the deck guides, the ultimate deck guide videos, are probably some of the best and most educational content I put out on the YouTube channel. Corey, welcome to a live one. So that means they perform the worst, right? They are some of the worst performing videos on my channel. I believe last I checked the Daredevil video was underperforming. Yeah, down about 25% compared to the average.
Victory.
Any tips on managing your mental after retreating a bunch in a row? You just gotta learn to shrug off the variance. I know it's tough, and it's a different thing for everyone, right? Like, it's a very psychological process. I've just been doing this forever, and honestly, Marvel Snap is so close to poker, which I did for a very long time. I did for a very long time that it shrugs off even easier. Is our deck what is called a linear deck? Yes, our deck is not looking to be interactive. It's looking to purely run people down. All right, shit. Forge, Wong, Odin. We just need a Shuri here in our next few draws. I don't think there is a way I can get the ultimate deck guides to get better click-through and view rate on YouTube without being fairly dishonest in the thumbnail and title, and I'd rather just have a video perform worse than have be dishonest in the thumbnail and title. Be Panther, right? There's our gal chat. All right. We're set to combo. We're set to combo. So again, Odin will be 32 power over here on the left. And this here yellow jacket is going to be 112 somewhere else. Oh my god, because they arrowed where the Titania was. We're good, right? Yeah. Because they didn't have space to pull the arrow because I played the Wasp in the middle. Wonderful. Wonderful. Nailed it. Easy dub.
Victory.
So again, just to run through this here for people that are not keeping up. It shows you where the modifiers come from. Forge triggers twice, kicking Yellow Jacket to 6. Shuri triggers twice, going to 12 and then to 24. Forge triggers twice again, going 26, 28. Shuri triggers twice, going to 56 and then 112. Is Yellow Jacket replaceable? How big would Wasp be? Wasp would be 5, then 10, then 20, then 24, then 48, then 96. Wasp actually isn't that much smaller than Yellow Jacket. You could totally play Wasp in this slot. Miss me with that less than 100 power unit. LOL. Can you explain to me how you get more than 6 quests in a day? Yeah, if you don't roll extra quests in a given day, you carry over being able to roll those extra quests up to 10 of them. So I did not roll extra missions Saturday or Sunday over the weekend when I was off streaming, which meant that I had extra quests teed up and ready to go this morning when I logged in. Oh, they do look like Cerebro, don't they? Yeah, they're totally Cerebro too. The question is, can we beat them though? So, this is a 30 power Red Skull over here. Am I better off doing it mid? This will put them to 4. So that's 12. And then assume they Cerebro here. That's another 12. So that'll be 12 and 12, 24 here. Plus another one would be plus 8 is 32. And I'm looking at 33. I think that's a win. Yeah, I believe we win center and right here, right? Because Red Skull breaks the Cerebro bonus on the right side. Incredibly rude. So we just had to make sure that we were winning the middle where we played this, and then we obviously win the right once we pull the Cerebro bonus off of it. Actually, one of the hardest cards to beat is Cerebro. Forget Scorpion. Red Skull is brutal. Ooh, and look at that. He was brutal, and now he's red bordered. Hey, chat, we're gonna play one more game, and then we'll take our hourly ad break. Card looks good with that red border. Hey, this is it. I can feel it. We're gonna get the boosters we need to split Yellow Jacket from this game. My Series 3 complete. Yes, for a long time. You get Series 3 complete around collection level 3000 or so. I'm missing 2 Series 5 cards. The only communication about Series 4 and 5 downgrades has been that it will be communicated soon, TM. Which does not inspire a ton of confidence. I have opened 0 Series 5 cards. Chat, if you have opened any amount of Series 5 cards, you are incredibly lucky. The expected open ratio of Series 5 cards is 1 per 4,800 collection levels. To the person that commented, I'm collection level 11,000 and still missing cards, I was already collection level 7,300 when they added Series 4 and 5 to the game. So my experience as someone who's been playing since the closed beta is not representative of the experience people will have who are coming into Marvel Snap starting with the release. But why let context and important details get in the way of making a throwaway lazy statement in Twitch chat, you know? It's 2023 chat, don't let reality get in the way of a little fabricated outrage. Hey, Fry, thanks for re-upping for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Okay, Wongers. We do anything useful with Wongers, though? I don't know that we are. There actually isn't an in-client series filter. You currently have to use a third-party tool like Snap.fan. Super Skrull would very explicitly not be a good card in Cerebro because a lot of the ongoing bonuses that Super Skrull can take will, break your Cerebro bonus. Super Skrull is probably a very good card inside of Zabu decks, is the place I'd be interested to try it. It's like when people suggest playing Rogue in Cerebro 1. It's like, it doesn't work how you're going to want it to work a lot of the time. Shuri versus Bass for shop purchases. I think Shuri opens up more archetypes that are largely unplayable without Shuri, while Bass primarily supplements decks that you could play at a slightly lower power level without Bass. Go Yellow Jacket, into Sunspot, into Zola in the middle, hit Wong, hit Panther, profit. I think Marvel Snap has been more popular than expected. I think it depends on what your expectations were. I've told this story before, chat, but the first time I played Marvel Snap in the closed beta, I said to my wife, I think this is it. I think this is the one that probably pulls me out of Magic for content. And then, you know, here we are almost a year later at this point, and that very much has been the case. I I was hoping to match the magic numbers that I had when I switched over to doing Snap full time. And like Snap for the last week almost 2x'd my best metrics I ever had under Magic the Gathering, even right when Magic Arena released. Marvel Snap is good in a way no other card game has been good in a very long time, or perhaps ever. All right, we didn't hit the Wong first, but beggars can't be choosers here. Hopefully 32 power Kit Kat's enough. They could have something like Iron Man here though in their negative deck. Oh, that's a good call. I should Zola before Yellow Jacket Sunspot because of
I am Iron Man.
oh my god, did we win? Holy crap. Yeah, we should Zola first, because if we had Zola and Forge, we would have wanted to make this bigger. That's great. Yeah, fun close win. All right, non-subs, I'll see you in a minute. When we get back, we're going to change decks over to something else. They're going to play some Helicarrier. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss any gameplay. See you in 60 seconds. How often do you see fully coordinated variant decks? Not super often. It's kind of hard to like work through your collection and figure out which variant decks you have. Like, I assuredly have a full pixel deck in my collection here somewhere, but I couldn't tell you which ones I have offhand. It would take me effort to go through and look for it. Grab the Helicarrier deck. A Swarm, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. What's the Electro anti-Zabu deck? We're gonna play that later today. I don't know if it's good or not, but it's got some fun ideas. The basic idea is that I think Sandman is so shitty that if you actually want to create Sandman's effect, you're probably better off Vipering Electro than you are actually playing Sandman. So if you want to, I haven't played many games with this. It's something I want to play some more later and think about, but I think that is a TLDR that I would rather do this than Sandman, people. You want to make any changes to this one? Contents may be hot. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. All right, last time we played this, Darkhawk didn't exist. Maybe we get rid of the Hood Killmonger and we play some other tech cards. Can you fix Coulson's art? I really wish I had a variant for him, but I don't, unfortunately. I think I want Rogue as our anti-Darkhawk card. What does a tech card mean? Tech is short for technology, meaning cards that are interactive or disruptive into the things that you expect to play against. So examples of tech cards in Marvel Snap are things like Rogue, Shang-Chi, Enchantress, etc. Things that are powerful into specific cards. This Arbor and Maria Hill do look incredibly similar to each other in these chibier variants. It's funny. Oh, by the way, before we fully move on, I would like the record to reflect that the Yellow Jacket combo deck we were playing finished up 6 cubes by the end of the session. Dante's Pizza, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Which of the upcoming cards this month do you think is most interesting from a content perspective? Probably Dazzler and Shauna together. Or maybe Shadow King. I don't know that, like, I guess the way to put it is, I expect Shadow King to be the most playable of all of the cards they're releasing this month, but I also don't expect it to be, like, exciting to build around, right? Someone asked for the idea behind this deck. So Lady Sif here discards the highest cost card from our hand, which always discards Helicarrier the way this deck is constructed. So we get to curve Collector on 2 into Lady Sif, bin the Helicarrier on 3, make Collector bigger, and then have some random cheap things in our hand. And then we are also playing Ghost Rider to whip the Helicarrier back into play. Actually, just how we drew it up here. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Appreciate you being here. I finally split my Ghost Rider 2 last week. We're getting close to an infinite split on every card, chat. Oh, I didn't press enter. I was like, what are we waiting on? Waiting on me? I'm an idiot. Oh. So they were just snapping because... They were just snapping because they had a Killmonger? That's definitely what that feels like, right? Okay, so looks like Surfer. Is 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is 10 enough to win here? Maybe. We're adding 2 more over here, going up to 15. You want to Red Skull the vault? Yeah, I guess that could be okay. That puts us to 18. Yeah, that's probably good. Super rewarded for Red Skulling. Although, we're also super dead to Surfer, right? Come take my cubes, Mr. Man. So the almost 5 years immortal, welcome back. And tech doesn't work without Rider. It probably doesn't work even with Rider, chat, if we're being honest. that was kind of an ideal draw for our deck. And we kind of just got pushed around and it didn't matter. Hey, Solomon One, are you still hanging out? Yoga Dragon, thanks for the prime. I think they will bring back older card backs. They've said we'll get repeats of cards. We'll get repeats of cosmetics from the closed beta, but cards that started in the season pass after the release are going to be exclusive. You are here. Do you want this specific Helicarrier deck, or would you mind if I try the Ghost Rider Sif Helicarrier in a different shell? Do I prefer my last opponent's deck or the Negative Surfer? And I really am not a fan of Negative Surfer. I prefer the stock regular Surfer decks to the negative variations of them. What decks did I have the most success with climbing to Infinite? We largely played Zabu variations to Infinite. If you check out my YouTube channel, there's been a number of highlights there, and all of the decks that I felt helped me climb the most are referenced as such in their titles. That just said they climbed a lot with Negative Surfer. I think Negative Surfer is a fine high roll deck. I just find playing stock Negative far more consistent of an experience. We're gonna be 17 in the middle, and we're gonna be 19 to their 7 on the left, so feels like we're in an okay spot here. If they leader middle, we win, right? If they leader left, do we win? No, we lose by it. We lose by 2, right? Don't worry, chat. Leader will have 1 less power soon. It'll have 1 less power soon, so it's fine. Oh, I have boosters to get my Helicarrier blue. I think Helicarrier is one of the only cards I don't have at least 1 blue split of yet. I want to try something else with Sif, Ghost Rider, Helicarrier, I think. It's my highest split count. I have 12 hoods. Maybe I want to get rid of Maria. I don't know. I think I still want the Quinjet. I can't decide. Maybe. You can actually, these are all my hoods, Jen. It took me this many, sorry, hold on, you actually can't see. It took me this many splits to get my first Inca Phi or gold border out of him. What's my stock negative list? If you check out my YouTube channel, Mr. Negative's one of the handful of cards I have an ultimate deck guide for. There's a bunch of them in there. How many hood boosters do I have left after all that? 220. We have enough to split it again if we wanted. I lied. I'm just gonna keep playing the bad deck for a few more games that was donated for. I don't really have inspiration to build this morning. Part of the problem with this deck is it doesn't feel like its linear game plan is nearly good enough. And I don't know that it's meaningfully disruptive enough to keep up with what's going on in the format. Helicarrier's on the list of cards that I've struggled to really make work. No, if you pin a card in your shop, you still have the same odds of getting it out of the collection track. I also think these kind of like honest decks that we're playing, like you watched us get stuffed by Leader that last game, right? These kind of fair Devil Dinosaur decks are some of the ones that feel like they've suffered the most from Leader being a prevalent force in the metagame. You can't just play good, honest, on-curve things because the Leader deck curves better than you and then goes over you at the top. Oh, crap. They're still hitting this deck list. I'm leaving. I made a couple of changes I forgot about.
Escaped.
Yes, I buy the maximum amount of credits Marvel Snap lets me buy every single day. You just hit rank 200 and you've been hitting all bots now and no players. Yeah, I think matchmaking for players, I think matchmaking for the players towards the top of the ladder is one of the worst experience. Honestly, I don't even know that it's limited to players at the top. I think it is a fair and reasonable assessment to say that Marvel Snap's bans on its MMR are probably too aggressive. And it feels like people at every rank, hit repairs way too frequently. Nardlet, thank you for the 21 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Yoga Dragon, thank you for the first month of Prime, by the way. Almost missed that one. Lovely. I would be surprised if the problems with matchmaking are purely player-based related and aren't related to what their things are. When Helicarrier drops off Agent Coulson, that's lovely. Migos, thank you for the Prime. Someone in chat said their collection level 1,000. What do you think I should be playing if I just want to win? Well, it's kind of a tough question to answer, right? Because at collection level 1,000, you could have a lot of different things. You could have a lot of different things in your collection, and what you should be playing should depend on that answer. Yeah, I think we beat Silver Surfer this time, though, right? So I'm gonna finish with 7 cards in my hands here. The Collector's gonna gain 3, and their Lizard's gonna lose 3. I think we're good enough, even if they have it.
Victory.
I don't know that this deck is good. 2, if you wanted to replace Maria Hellchat, Cable is the card you should play. Chat, if you want a good stats-based metric to help you determine maybe why you're struggling to rank up on the Marvel Snap ladder, if you think you are doing your best to rank up on the Marvel Snap ladder and you are retreating in less than 30% of your games, you're not retreating enough. 35 to 40% is probably the metric you should be learning to retreat in on average. If you are not retreating upwards of, if you are not retreating in upwards of 40% of your matches, you're staying in way too many games that you shouldn't be staying in. The person that said retreating isn't fun for me, well, if your goal is to just play for fun, then you shouldn't be worried about your stats at all. And in fact, I would encourage you to continue playing games for fun and just not worry about it. That's why I quantified my statement about how much you should be retreating with the statement of if you care about winning.
Opponent snapped.
Great Ghost. Thanks for the third of a year. Welcome back. Where do you find the stats? You can use a community tool such as snap.fan on your Android or Steam install of Marvel Snap. Dara says people should retreat less. That's an interesting take. I don't know. So, one of the things that is very good about Marvel Snap as a game, in terms of it allowing you to leverage skill, is in Marvel Snap, one, our, what's it called, deck is never beating Mindscape, so I'm gonna leave. Two, is you know the likelihood that your opponent is to have their big plays at the end of a game. I don't know that I've ever heard Dara say people should retreat less. And if he is here and wants to defend that statement, feel free. But I think most people definitely don't retreat nearly enough. Yeah, giving advice that you should retreat more at lower collection levels to learn and gain knowledge. Like, that's a good take, chat. But that's different from everybody should be retreating less. That's a key context thing that people like to leave out when talking about the details surrounding things. I'm just playing Dino, right? It's a big lad.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory.
I see people comparing Marvel Snap to poker and talking about people overfolding in poker too. So, while the Snap system in Marvel Snap definitely has an element of betting and raising like poker does, there's one big key difference in Marvel Snap, right? And that's in Marvel Snap, you don't generally know 100% the output range of what your opponent's deck can do. So, for example, a piece of advice I hear a lot that I disagree with is you should always stay in for 50-50 coin flips in Marvel Snap. And from a pure equity standpoint, it is true that it is optimal to stay in for a 50-50 coin flip in Snap. However, making that statement as a "this is something you should always do" statement misses a key piece of context. And that key piece of context is players generally overassume what their odds are in a given game because they miss things that beat them in a given situation. To give you a pointed example of what I mean by that, let's say you calculate you are 50% to beat your opponent's White Tiger on the last turn of the game. And you think they have White Tiger, so you stay in because you should always stay in for a 50-50 flip. And then instead of White Tiger, your opponent plays Doctor Doom that beats you 100% of the time. So you did the right thing and stayed in for the 50-50 because it was statistically optimal to always stay in for the 50-50. But your statistically optimal calculation ignored the fact that you failed to account for something. And there are a lot of good examples of that in Snap, with that just being the most direct one. Yeah, you don't know what you don't know. I play a metric ton of Marvel Snap, chat. And even I generally make the assumption that if I calculate something to be a 50-50 odds, I'm probably missing something and should assume that I'm worse than 50-50 in a given spot to win the game. That is my general rule of thumb. Is if I run through everything that I can think of and I go, okay, this is a coin flip, realistically, I'm probably worse than a coin flip. Yeah, I think White Queen's a great subcal. White Queen, Jessica Jones, etc. Our deck is doing stuff here, chat. Our deck is doing stuff and things. Stuff and things are occurring. So in short, if you think it's a 50-50, it almost certainly isn't. Yeah, that would be my general take. If you think you're a coin flip, you're probably worse than that. Okay, we're losing the middle, so we have to win left and right. Seems possible. We have Mr. Fury and Agent Coulson for the last turn. Keep our hand nice and full. Why not play Sentinel? Because I only have 2 spots on my board, and I want to play Nick and Agent Coulson here. Hey, Braveheart, thank you for the 3 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. This person has an inked leader split. They are the villain. Yeah, we play against this person a lot. They're almost always playing like the strict tryhard decks. Nothing wrong with that. They're just trying to make rank. Although this build that they've been playing is real weird because they're playing Maximus and Darkhawk in the same deck, which is an interesting choice. Am I liking this over regular Moon Girl Dino? I don't really think any of the regular Moon Girl Dino decks are great into the leader era decks that exist. Which is one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of leader as a card. It feels like it took these type of decks and largely pushed them out of the metagame. Should we snap? Maybe? Yeah, our hand's probably good enough to snap. I don't know that our deck is good enough in general to snap. And that's again like where the context is key, right? Like, I think our position, our hand in this game is good, but I don't know generically if our deck is powerful enough to be able to say, okay, this is a hand that we're staying in because it's good enough here for us. Yes, I agree, Nikon. A very common sentiment that I have heard parroted in many places regarding Marvel Snap is that Leader is a necessary and reasonable card because it makes the game easier for free-to-play players to keep up. And as someone who plays a ton of Marvel Snap with a ton of different decks, I think Leader does more to hurt decks that are accessible to free players than it does anybody that's paid to win, or whatever you want to call it, a whale like me. I have a massive collection in Marvel Snap, and it is generally speaking trivial for me to change to a different deck and continue being successful with a different deck. Whereas a lot of other people don't really have that luxury. Mojo is a great RNG for Mojo World here. Well, they're just not playing for Mojo World. Ooh, we're gonna lose. I'm gonna lose center and left. Now we're good. Clean.
Victory.
I think Leader would be playable if you could only play it in a winning lane. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. So the bar on what I actually had someone comment on this, and actually I'm curious to see chat's opinion. I'm gonna run a poll real quick. Here's my question for this poll, chat. Is 3 or fewer Series 3 cards a budget deck? Yes or no? I'm curious where chat falls on the opinion of that. And 0 Series 4 or 5 cards, in case that's not implied. 3 or fewer Series 3 card and 0, 4, or 5. For the sake of clarity. Yes, you get 3,000 collector tokens. Oh, that was a wonderful RNG draw with Vormir here. Lovely. Sanctum Sanctorum's not great for us. I don't have a way to cheat anything into there. Idea of our deck. We use Lady Sif to discard Helicarrier, and then we use Ghost Rider to bring it back while using Quinjet to make our generated cards cheaper. I think something someone said in chat is a good thought about this question is it's budget, yes, but it's still not new player friendly, is an interesting thought slash approach to it that I agree with. I think that's a really interesting distinction. It has to depend on which cards you're suggesting. I could maybe buy that for $1. They discarded their Silver Surfer to the blade that they played out, so I don't have to play around that. That's probably a good rate. We're gonna go to 17 here, we're gonna go to 14 in the middle. Oof. Oof. It's not fair, chat. I was told Darkhawk's a pay-to-win card. Why didn't I win when I had it? Shoulda Cosmo'd the left, I assume. You gotta keep paying. I'm reading a new Forbes article on this. I can't tell if that's a real statement or if that's someone memeing about the quality of the average Forbes takes on Marvel Snap. I feel like if you programmed an AI to copy takes off of the Marvel Snap subreddit, you would get the average Marvel Snap Forbes article. And they often have big, you can spend $100 in Magic Arena to get 100 cards. Why can't I spend $100 to get 100 cards in Marvel Snap? Chat, the people in chat, mods, can we start fragging people that are calling out specific people? I have no idea who writes stuff, and I really don't want to moderate it. Hulkbuster. Alophile, thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate that. Get your sword to go with that shield. I agree that I'm glad that most people agreed with my line. My personal line when I call a deck budget on my YouTube channel is 3 Series 3 cards. Three required Series 3 cards. How long does it take a free-to-play player to collect all of the cards now? Probably about 7 months. You gotta understand that's a moving target though. As more cards are released. I assume the next bundle is coming when we eventually get a patch. At 3,700 gold, do you think that'll be enough for the next bundle? I doubt it. I'm expecting the new bundle to be somewhere between 50 and 80 USD worth of gold, which is like in the 6,000 to 8,000 range. Hey, Haskow, thanks for the over 5 years. Welcome back. I think this was a bot. I don't think a human being has multiple man split. It's hard to know though. You can spend gold on the upcoming bundle as a free-to-play-ish player given the lack of tokens. It really depends on what the price is, chat. It's an important detail we don't have yet. I think with this drawn, I go ahead and play this on too because Agent Coulson. I'm throwing it things cheap. If you're Series 3 complete, how often do you get an extra card from caches? Once a month. Agent Coulson generating Devil Dinosaur for us feels like cheating shit. I think move decks need to actually be competitive. Bigger numbers or less predictability. This is an excellent beat for us. It's like the thing we needed in order for this to work out. Actually, let's armor here. I don't think I need to protect Devil Dino. What can you do as Sentry? I've really felt like you need Valkyrie or Zabu to unlock Sentry's power. Are move decks that bad? They are not competitive when you are inside of Series 3. They're very predictable in the way their games play out, and they do not put particularly large numbers into play compared to the other things you can be doing. Well, Rare District XW? Our deck wants to play all random bullshit anyways. I am not doing viewer deck build rounds until we get a balance patch. We used to do those for a little while and the format just became, honestly, talking about this, like the leader situation, right? Like a lot of the things we build out of viewer decks are things like, what's the word I'm searching for? Are things like random dino decks or random disruption decks, just have a real bad time into leader. Everlath, thanks for the quarter of a year, welcome back.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I am Iron Man.
Doc Ock doing Doc Ock things? Yeah, basically. Oh, no. Okay, they armored Vormir. That could have gone worse, chat. I don't think we can win the center anymore, right?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
What are the odds this wins the game? Non-zero? Non-zero. Non-zero chance? The straight bluff? Interesting.
Victory.
Chat, I don't need to put more power mid because Bishop is winning mid. And I have arrow plus all the stats over here. In order to lose this game, I would have needed to... In order to lose this game, I would have needed them to play 15 plus power worth of stuff that I pulled into Vormir, which was unlikely. So I just want to put the most stats over here while we're arrowing them into here. Or they play 4 cards. I think 4 cards is pretty unlikely. White Trigger could have got us, sure. I think we win most situations there, though. So if I don't armor, if I Maria Hill this turn, I'll still have 5. Then my Agent Coulson's gonna overfill my hand. So I think we need to armor so I can play. You cannot retreat after stepping, no. I haven't worked on Doc Ock Mojo more yet. That's definitely something on my to-do list. Thoughts on standing desk? I think if you are someone like myself who is getting up there in age and you work at your computer a lot, a standing desk is one of the best investments you can make. I have an Uplift brand standing desk, and I cannot recommend enough that you buy literally any other brand of standing desk. Hacksaw, thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate it. So we have Rogue here, our tech card coming in hot. We'll play the Electra out, and then we're hoping Sentry doesn't end up middle. Maybe I'm supposed to chill on the Rogue for... Maybe we're supposed to do this, actually. Although I guess then if Rogue goes here, I can't beat the Hawk. But I just really don't want Sentry to go here and screw the right side. For folks asking about the problem with my Uplift desk, you'll note a lot of the time when I press the up or down button on it,
Systems go.
it stops and kind of doesn't move in the middle of it. Never lucky rubber ducky. I mean, I think we're dead here, right? I guess I can do this. This is 12 power here. I assume we're dead here. I'm gonna give Socio an extra cube if they got us. I think if we're playing optimally, we probably retreat here, though. So, as a Jeff Hoagland random musing here for a moment, just as a rant, and this is food for thought for all of you at home. You know how you've seen a lot of complaining in random Marvel Snap places about how it's a Zabu metagame and everybody's playing Zabu and it's all Zabu, Zabu, Zabu all the time? If every single one of Marvel Snap's new card releases was instantly accessible to every player, that would probably happen every week. You would have this hyper localized, we're all playing pseudo mirror metagame, meta matches. And and that's something that we see happen in games like Magic the Gathering and Runeterra, where it's a little bit easier to get cards, where a new thing drops and suddenly it's all new things all of the time, right? And that's not to say Marvel Snap's current release system is perfect and it doesn't need work or to be massaged around the edges, but it is an interesting commentary on how the choices Marvel Snap has made results in different outcomes compared to other card games. The same thing is going to happen when cards go from 4 to 3. It just delays the problem. No, I don't think that's true, right? Especially if you have a group of cards all go from 4 to 3 at once and everybody gets those cards in different orders. So I don't think it's probably fair to say that that's still going to happen anyways. And obviously I could be wrong, but my gut instinct says that that's probably not the case, what you're describing. How competitive do I think the deck is that we are using? I think it's probably more cute than good, and it's mostly just playing cards that we want to play. I think this deck has a hard time against Leader, and it has a hard time against some of the better linear decks in the game. I was about to make the joke that this game was going nowhere fast, and then Marvel Snap was like, sure as shit isn't, Hogland. Yes. Spinrad, thank you for the quarter of a year. I guess that is confusing. Chat, my last name is pronounced Hoagland with a long O. I say Hogland in a self-deprecating way when things don't break my way in a game that we are currently playing. For the sake of clarity. Oh, we could rogue the claw, couldn't we? I don't know. I really wanted to lady sift my helicarrier. We're leaving anyways. All right, chat, after this game, we're going to take our hourly 1-minute break. I'm going to stand back up, speaking of standing desks, and we'll click along to something else. Christos does stuff. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. I do likely have relatives from the Highlands at some point in my background. I am very much American, though. My largest percentage ancestry is my mother's father was 100% Italian, which makes me a quarter Italian, but just a whole lot of everything. And both of my families have been here. Been in the United States for many generations, chat. They immigrated to here many years ago because immigration is great. Sirius, thank you for the 42 months. Welcome back. The 42 months. Thank you for the brand new sub, Sirius 42. Words in my mouth not working well this morning. Those damn mouth words, chat, will get you every time. Do I have children? Yes. My wife and I have 3 kids, 7, 8, and 2. Misfit Mavis, thank you for the 34 months. Welcome back. How do we reverse the growing nativism in the United States? By telling the fascists to fuck off every opportunity you have to do so. It's a shame we didn't draw Lady Sif. Seven, 8 mistake. What a fucking offensive, obnoxious thing to ask about one of my children. My wife and I had a conversation like adults about whether or not we were done growing our family. And we decided that we wanted one more, so we had one more. But even if that wasn't the case, seriously, just fuck off with that type of stuff. Go touch some fucking grass and learn some social skills. Oh my gosh, I forgot to stand up. I was banning a shitter and I forgot to stand up and roll my ad. Okay, thank you. We'll do it here in a second. My thrill, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Zaboom. Super dead. Rapture, thank you for the prime. Oh wait, they armored the middle. Can I? Okay, this is kind of pog actually. So they armored the middle, so I get to dino mid, make the rescue huge, and then play this? Well, so much for that plan. Is the plan back on, chat? Is the plan back on? Or are we like Korg plus Leech? We think they're a leader? Well, if they're a leader abuser, they're probably a leader abuser looking at this deck. Leech is actually really funny if they leader me. Rats. We're done. We're done. All right, chat. Non-sub, see you in 60 seconds. I'm taking my cube and I'm going home.
Escape.
Was the plate armor right, and then you could have destroyed it on the last turn? I mean, that would have been... No, we would have died to the Shang-Chi anyways, right? They had priority going into that turn. I ended up leeching this turn because I thought they might be a leader deck. Wizrobe, thank you for the prime. Was my thought. And if they leadered us, they'd leech our thing back. If I use Yellow Jacket in any decks, yeah, we actually played Yellow Jacket combo earlier today as something of a meme deck, and then Yellow Jacket is also played in the Asgardian Valkyrie deck. It's very, very reasonable in here. Yes, retreat rate is retreating for any amount of cubes. That is correct. Chat, the deck we were just playing isn't very good. I would not recommend playing it. Hexapelagic Squid, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. WND Butter, thanks for ripping for the 2nd month. All right, chat. This has been a much requested topic since Zabu released. Is Jeff, can we build an anti-Zabu deck? And I haven't worked on one up until this point because it's hard to build a deck when you don't understand. It's hard to build a deck when you don't understand what you're playing into necessarily. So now that we have some idea of what we're playing against, we're putting together something that could maybe be okay as an anti-Zabu deck. So anti-Zabu isn't just as simple as playing something like Sandman, right? Because Sandman's a pretty big tempo loss. So this deck's doing a couple things that I think are potentially good against Zabu. The first is we have a build our own Sandman. We can Electro on 3 into Viper, then the Electro on 4. The second thing that is potentially good against Zabu is Enchantress can not only cover Zabu, but more importantly, I think being able to get rid of Darkhawk after the fact is more important than turning off Zabu. The other thing Zabu decks are frequently doing is double Spider-Manning you, and Vision, as well as Doctor Doom, Arrow, and Magneto, things that get power into locations that we can't play to or move their cards around, are potent against your opponent, locking us out of playing to particular locations. So let's go ahead and give this a try. It might be a mediocre collection of cards, but they're cards that are, in theory, reasonable into what Zabu decks tend to be doing in my experience. So let's play some games and find out if this is an unmitigated disaster or not. Is Vision better than Captain Marvel? I think in most circumstances, Vision is better than Captain Marvel. There are some edge cases where I don't think that's the case, but on average, I prefer Vision to Marvel, yes. The deck list under my picture will update automatically in a little bit. Give it a second. It's trying its hardest, chat. Is Vision and Marvel overkill? Yes, I think so. I think you'd rather have Doctor Doom before you play both of those. When is Marvel better? Marvel is better when you're playing a card like Rescue. Do I Arrow or do I Doctor Doom? They have priority. So I guess Professor X gets us either way. I think I'm just gonna Doctor Doom. Are we not thinking Galactus here? It could be Galactus, yeah. Could always be Galactus when they wave. They could also, like, just be Death Wave, but Daredevil's maybe a little bit more indicative of Galactus. I don't know that we really stand to beat Galactus in general. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and leave when they snap.
Escaped.
Isn't Electro into Viper just as big as a tempo loss as Sandman? It's a tempo loss, but Electro gives you extra energy to help you make up for that tempo after you give him away. So it gives you something that lets you make up for the downside. Is the idea. I agree with the concept though that yes, it might still just be bad and not worth doing though. And that trying to restrict them to 1 card per turn is simply not a worthwhile axis to be attacking people on. Phyrexian Toaster, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. And Admiral, thanks for the brand new Prime. Yes, Electro and Viper are also just kind of individually reasonable cards. Push the button. To all of the people asking me questions, like I have some amount of certainty in the choices that I've made here, I really cannot emphasize enough that I have very few strong feelings about what this deck is doing because I haven't played games with it yet. And that's something that I would heavily encourage all of you at home to consider doing as well. I can't tell you the number of times I hear really strong takes from people about cards in decks they've literally never played games with. The answer at the end of the day is you need to take a deep breath and put in the work and play some games and see how things are actually working on average.
Escaped.
Isn't the Galactus nerf actually a buff? Yeah, I think that's a good take. I think Galactus being less likely to have priority going into the final turn likely makes that deck better under most circumstances. And I'll be interested to see if it plays out that way. My intention when putting this deck together as something I could potentially encourage people to play Duck Doolittle was not including a bunch of Series 4 and 5 cards for what it is worth. Galactus loses to Professor X in the one-on-one. That's actually a fun thought. And one I hadn't considered. Our opponents played a little bit of the Destroy deck. Well, I was gonna arrow the Fist Tower, chat. Alright, I think I'm off of what we're doing here.
Escaped.
I'm just gonna continue playing decks that I want to play that seem reasonable. We didn't get to see how it plays versus Zabu. Yeah, just being good against one thing isn't enough, though. That was real clunky and awkward in those other games. I'm over it. Do you get more tokens if you're S4 complete? Kinda, not really. Whenever you would draw an S4 card, whenever you would get an S4 card and you're full, you get 400 tokens. So, not really is the answer. Yeah, I'll probably play some more Surfer today. Domino Surfer is very good, is definitely accurate. What's the best deck that plays Rogue? Probably Mr. Negative. I think that archetype's very good. Thoughts on Patriot versus Domino Surfer? I think the Patriot Surfer is a much better linear deck that's good at putting big numbers into play. I think Domino Surfer is a little bit more interactive and disruptive. Does Jeff have a full collection? No, I am missing 2 cards. Yes, our opponent is definitely a leader deck. Oh shoot, you know what? I should have played Hellcow here. I was thinking I could draw Ghost Rider, but I added Chavez to the deck, so we're actually drawing Chavez next turn. We might still be able to win, we'll see, but I definitely should have played Hellcow to the right. I don't know if my body is ready to get leeched here. They had to wait for the pre-roll ad to finish before they played the leech and know that they should snap. No one ever has a full collection, and that's not strictly true. I'll have a full collection again. I'll have a full collection by the end of the month.
Escaped.
Likely? It might be a little bit longer than that. February at the latest. I don't know, chat. I feel like anybody that told you Zabu was a problem and needed to be changed, I feel like that's someone I'd be cautious to listen to again. So, I'd like to call out a statement here in chat. Regarding your comments about people not retreating enough, I found it unpleasant the amount of games people would retreat if I snapped on round 1. Statistically, your chances to win are not determined in round 1, so retreating out of fear makes the game anticlimactic. Even the way you have just parsed your statement, the fact that you view people retreating on the first turn of the game as something that they could only possibly be doing out of fear really shows how poorly you framed the cube and snapping system in your mind. People aren't retreating on turn 1 because they're afraid of you. People are retreating on turn 1 because they feel their hand isn't strong enough to continue playing the game, which is a good and reasonable thing to be doing. We did hit the all-linked opponent again. We're gonna do this. We're gonna chill on the Ghost Rider Hellcow for the time being. Contract, thank you for the 25 months. There's a ton of really negative connotations people have with other people appropriately leveraging the snap and retreat mechanic. So what if I go Dracula into Hellcow, into Ghost Rider mid, get a 14 or a 20 here, and then we'll have Chavez on the right next turn. I was watching Specimen yesterday, and he said, I'm gonna snap because Jeff always retreats on turn 1 snaps. Well, now I feel extra good that we luck sacked him at the end. Hedge, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. We don't play Chavez, is it better? I don't know. We're already up by 17 over here, right? I guess we're up by 16 here. I don't know that I really feel strongly either way. I think a lot of people just don't have a good understanding of the snap mechanic because it's so different than other card games. And people coming from other card games want Snap to just be another Hearthstone or Magic Arena and not something that has another system on top of it that they have to learn to leverage. Thanks for the 2 months, Hedge. Welcome back. Yeah, Chavez right, Hedges, because they want to beat here, they have to play 2 more cards here.
Victory.
When we lose power if they close the gap mid. Yeah, but they'd have to add 5 here while also adding 2 cards here, right? Which is not impossible in their Death She-Hulk deck, but feels unlikely. Yes, a lot of people compare retreating to conceding a game, and that's just not an at all remotely reasonable comparison. Is accurate. What's the best way to get Hela to work? You know, I actually wanna play some Hela. Maybe we'll do that today. I don't think Hela is super competitive, but she's gonna be a lot of fun. She generates some big esports style games. Some huge swings. Does Bass plus Luke Cage work? It does, kinda. We've been barren, chat. Hela discard is good with Hela carrier. I don't know if I buy that. We can play Zabu Hela, maybe? I don't know, you kind of have to have like a pretty critical density of big things in that archetype, right?
Opponent snapped.
Sleeve here. How do I fix my behavior that I lose 8 cubes and immediately try to get it back and go on a winning streak? Maybe you should make yourself a rule that you need to take a break and do something else when you lose 8 cubes. Just take a beat, come back in a bit. I have seen some people play Hela inside of the Apocalypse discard deck, but I don't really care for her there.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
We're gonna play middle. Nailed it. Yeah, I should have snapped here before Zabu flipped up is a good take. Sunspot was probably the best draw in my deck. A lot of people asked, is Hellcow replaceable in this deck? And this is a good example of why it's very much not replaceable. Hellcow discards both of these cards here, which guarantees we get Infinite off of the Ghost Rider. Yeah, it's way too late to snap now, chat. This is a one-keep game. Omega Red super replaceable. This is easily the best Omega Red deck that I've ever played, but it's still very much a replacement level card here.
I am Iron Man.
Do you think you should get more cubes if your opponent retreats later? No, that's nonsense. Why? Why on earth should that remotely be a thing? I'm gonna play left just in case they have Shang-Chi or something for the middle. Hellcow cannot hit Apocalypse twice, no.
I am Iron Man.
Mjolnir, to me.
Is the opponent's deck all gold? It is. I will say, I'm excited to see more things like this, chat, as people like play more Snap and get to make their decks look neat. Yeah, I'm getting pretty close to some all inked and all gold stuff myself. Letting people be expressive with the cards that they've played a lot is one of the things Marvel Snap does better than any other digital card game I've ever touched. Hey, glad you're having fun, Troll. Zabu. Zabu. Thank you, friendo. Choyun, thank you for the 2 months. How's Chavez felt over Goose? I think good. Goose wasn't very good in this deck to begin with. And Chavez adding consistency is nice. I think the patch might be tonight. I think we have no idea and there's no point in speculating. Damn it, Jubilee. Hellcow? There we go, chat. That's the good stuff. I like the way you do that right there. What's going on, Eldrick? Thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it. Zabu no longer matters. Okay. If I play Apocalypse and we discard Infinite, we could be at 34 here, but we could also only be at 23. If I play Chavez, we go to 11, and then we're possibly 31, but we're at a minimum of 27. So playing Chavez is probably better because the Dracula's consistently larger. Gorman, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate it. Dark coin flip at the end of the game. Surf's up.
Victory.
Hey, Fixor, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. So the difference here, Cortez, is that if the Apocalypse gets discarded, it's +4, right? So if I play the Apocalypse out, I'm getting 12 guaranteed and then 20 or 9. Whereas if I play the Chavez out, I'm guaranteed to get 20 or 16 on the Dracula. Yeah, and that's a weird interaction. The fact that the Dracula takes the power after this gets bigger. I've never played Giganto from hand AMA. You play him enough, eventually you get to actually put him into play a couple of times. Stefan said that they're looking to change that interaction between Dracula and Apocalypse. Interesting. Wonder if that's on there. That must be on the radar. Is being too strong then potentially, huh? Happen. Thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. It's been a trip. Well, that was way back. I feel like I would be surprised if that interaction is viewed as problematic. Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. He, kitty, 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 kitty. Never lucky rubber ducky. All right, we are losing the Asgard. You know what? They got 2 cards. We got 2 cards. Everybody gets 2 cards, Jim. We take those. We take those. All right, so what happens? We go Dracula, and we go Omega. They're an Electro Maximus deck. It's interesting. And then next turn, we draw Chavez. And then we can go Hellcow, Ghost Rider, Jubilee. Oh, you know what? I should Jubilee this turn, actually. So that way, we get leeched. Maybe? I don't know. I guess it could be a leech deck. Weird Galactus deck. Okay. An Apocalypse is a killer draw here.
Opponent snapped.
So we do this, and we're probably winning this. Then the +4 from here helps us win here. I guess we could play for all 3 paths here. Maybe that's better. Let's play for all 3. Think they're gonna Odin us? Odin doesn't bother us at all. I think this is fine, right? Because we played 3 things. Yeah, good to go. Here, bud. This deck is really good into leader stuff, it feels like.
Victory.
Is there any way to counter Dracula? Stuff like Maximus and Baron Mordor on the last turn can give them more bad hits, or something like Black Widow. Definitely think this archetype's resiliency into Leech Leader is one of the reasons why it's reasonable. Arrow pulls in a random order.
Snap.
Damn, too late, shit. Omega Red replacement is Rock Slide. No, I'd probably play something else that adds a lot of stats into play. Rock Slide doesn't really do that. We're about to have a super D-duper Baxter building here in the center, chat. This build decent without Dracula. I do not think this deck is playable without Dracula. Howdy, Trev. What do we think about taking some flips here, chat? Or do we... We could Omega, and then we could Hellcow Dracula, Hellcow Ghost Rider on the last turn. Yeah, it honestly could be right to just full skip. I think I like that, actually. There was a Widow Wave Odin deck in the Sarah deck guide video, which reminds me, I think I wanted to play that on stream. Should take a peekaboo at that. This could be an Ultron angle for them, yeah. I think we're good to beat Ultron here. Because we're going to add 11 and then at least 9. We're adding at least 20 in the center, chat. And their Ultron is... Oh, I guess the Ultron takes them to 11. We need Dracula to not put Chavez into play. Ideally, we want to discard Chavez to the Hellcow and bring that back with the Ghost Rider. But if we hit the Infinite, we still have a chance to put Apocalypse into the Baxter building. Yeah, Omega Hellcow Rider is like a swing bigger than the Giants Playground for sure. Dracula sets its power, meaning if it has penalties from something like Jotunheim or Hazmat, it loses them. I think this deck's really good at him. This is one of the decks that was a highlight on the YouTube channel over the weekend. We played it last week as well. It might be correct to step back, honestly. Hellcow is not replaceable. Omega Red is replaceable. You need Hellcow and Dracula to play this deck, and Ghost Rider. Why is America Chavez good? America Chavez makes you almost 5% more likely to play Zabu on curve. They keep my always keep my ink cards gray and my gold background cards gold borders so far, yeah. I think Lady Sif could be an okay card in this deck, but she still doesn't replace Hellcow. You need to be able to Hellcow multiple things in the final turn of the game. Yes, Hellcow is valuable for making your Dracula more consistent. You can replace Zabu with a $10 bill being sent from your bank account to Ben Rhodes. might be a bot. I don't think so. I don't think they have enough, doesn't feel like they have enough good variants to be a bot. Bot wouldn't snap on turn 1. That's not true. There are bots that snap on turn 1. I don't know that Absorbing Man's very good here. Oh, we're about to get Surfered, aren't we? Surfer gives them plus 12 on the left, putting them to 45. Oh, it's only 6 on the left. I don't know why Adam Warlock was a 3 in my brain. We're probably good then, huh? Math and stuff. They go to 39, and then if we win the center by at least 10, Omega Red puts us to 40 here. Oh no! Absorbing Man for the extra rub. Good beat. How did they... What gave them... What am I missing? Where did the Surfer... Where did they get 7 energy from? Oh, they have a Zabu of their own. My brain is bad. Yeah, they have Zabu of their own. Okay. It's like, where did we get the energy to do this stuff? The bigger thing in the middle of my bookshelf back there is the Marvel Dice Throne box. I think Marvel Snap will ever be completed as a game by the player base. What does that mean? That's my favorite Dracula list. I think this is the most amusing Dracula list. Jubilee's not particularly exciting here. Although I guess if we roll into Hellcow, we could maybe Ghost Rider some friends in next turn. There been any instance of cheaters? How do you think people are cheating at the digital card game? I'm genuinely curious. Do this and hope to hit the 66%er. No, Hellcow, Ghost Rider, and Dracula are not replaceable in this deck. Alright, Danger Room. Everybody dies. Nobody makes it out. You understand, Danger Room? Nobody gets out alive. We win the breaker? I think we win the breaker, right? Yeah, sick.
Victory.
The only tiebreaker in Marvel Snap is total power. They are up by 8. We are up by 24. We win the game. Large lad. Giganta would have been enough to win the game too, right? We'd be minus 6 here. To set an incredibly low bar, this is the best Omega Red deck I have ever played. I don't know if it's the best Dracula deck I've ever played, but if you are someone who's been dead set on playing with the card Omega Red, this is definitely the best way I am aware to do that.
Oh, snap.
Sir Miss-a-Lot, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back.
It snapped.
Oh, I missed that it was Harry. I just saw that our hand was good. We owe Harry some cubes from earlier, chat. We might have taken 12 of his cubes with a 112 power Yellow Jacket. We just play Giganto to deny them. Adam Warlock draws here. Monka Project Pegasus, chat. Monka Project Pegasus. Hey, Magdars, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. We have the power. Ooh. Isn't it illegal to play Giganto from your hand? Listen, chat. This is a big, beautiful Giganto variant. We gotta get him on the board sometimes, okay? Giganto, come out and play. Okay, Wongers is a little terrifying. Surf's up, chat. We have lost the right. And maybe the left. What I do, chat? Think it's this into this? Maybe do this, actually. Nah, I want to try and cut them off of a stat here.
I am.
Okay, we are super dead. Like I said, we owed Harry cubes anyway, so this is fine.
All systems go.
Why is Zabu so big? Because he's a jungle cat, chat. Give the man his cubes. For clarity's sake, chat, I feel bad for taking Harry's cubes earlier and I'm giving them back. We donated 4 extra there. We were his final boss? Is that his infinite game? That would be funny if so. January gift exchange, yep. Okay. They got to play every card in their deck. God bless. He beat the game and walked off. There's probably going to be a turn 7 this game, yep. Strong possibility. Where are we Omega Redding is a real question. And do I want to Jubilee before we draw Chavez? Probably. There's a small chance this gets Hellcow. And that could mess us up. Jones is fine. So this is a guaranteed Chavez draw. This is a Giganto left angle. And then we're hoping to draw Hellcow next turn, 50%. So we could go Hellcow, Omega Red, Ghost Rider. Them getting Cosmo out of the way is great for us. We won the 50%er. Okay. So we'll go Hellcow here. Their Silver Surfer is going to put them to 27 over here, right? Oh, we can't beat that, can we? They're not going up that much over here, though, right? What if I go Hellcow here into Ghost Rider here into Omega Red here? And then this is getting at least 9, possibly 20. So let's say I hit the lower one. We add 12 here to 28. They're only going to 27. So that should be good, right? Damn. Okay. And then this is plus 12. And we win the breaker? We win the breaker. Oh, we're over on the breaker. I forgot we keep the 5. So we go to 12 base, then we go to 17. Yeah. Again, just another good example of Hellcow being important. Making sure we get multiple chances to hit fatties. Hellcow cannot discard Apocalypse twice, is a kind of unintuitive interaction to be aware of with this archetype. Hey, Goat, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Well, Giganto is worse, but the rest of it is mostly fine.
Snap.
Push the button. Yeah.
Victory.
If your hand is at all close to even after the peak happens, I think you're generally supposed to snap because you chase a lot of people out. The peak's a pretty polarized location that messes a lot of people up. Cacophony, thank you for the 2 months. Is this deck viable to climb? I think this deck's a very reasonable competitive choice. I think it's one that you need to be aware of when you should be snapping early versus when you need to be retreating when your opponent raises the stakes, but in general, it's very good. The Electro deck felt mediocre and I stopped playing it. Yes, Zabu could not make your cards cost more. Same with Sarah. With only 1 discard, why Apocalypse over other 6 costs? Because Apocalypse is generally bigger than other 6 costs. It's a 12 at a minimum when you've been into Dracula. And with Hellcow hitting it once, it'll be 16, which is above rate. I don't really have a video comparing Snap's economy. I have a loose one mocked up in my head that's gonna kind of talk about it in general, but I don't know that I'm gonna do strict comparisons to other games. How do you get me to test your deck? You get Marvel Snap to push their patch live nerfing leader, and then I consider taking in viewer deck submissions again. We're gonna need to be like a Hellcow, lucky Hellcow into a Ghost Rider. Never a lucky Rubber Ducky. Oh, we should have Omega'd into Giganto. Yeah, that's a good line. I wasn't thinking about Omega winning Sanctum for us. I'm gonna stay here. They might not put much power here. I might just be hoping to win the tiebreaker, and then this could get them. We're gonna go up to 18 here. We'll see. We could lose this too, but I think this is a fun game. But I definitely should have Omega'd the previous turn into Giganto, though. Honestly, if you don't have Giganto, I think Hulk is better than Magneto in this deck. Ah! And if we would have discarded Giganto, we would have tied. Yeah, I definitely would have won this if I would have gone Omega into Giganto here. How do you feel about the limiting of purchasing credits per day? Seems to make buying the gold bundles more of a bundle waiting room. I think limiting the amount of progress you can purchase in a day extra is exactly what Marvel Snap's looking to do with its economy. They very clearly don't want everyone to have everything instantaneously. Never a lucky Rubber Ducky. This is a budget deck in the sense that it's pretty affordable. It is not a budget deck in the sense that I would make changes to it. I do not think Lady Sif is necessary in this archetype. Akuo, since you're up for the second month, welcome back. Are probably dead to an unchecked Wong. This is typically a better linear card than our deck is. Wong is very big and scary if you don't interact with him. Doke. A sincere Kappa, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Welcome back. All right, non-subs, I'll see you in 60 seconds. I'm gonna sit down and enjoy my food, or we're playing a different deck when you come back. You're not gonna miss any gameplay. BRB. We might keep playing discard decks. We're at infinite. We can spew. Do we want to build Hella? I've been meaning to post a Hella highlight. She's funny and popular, and it's been a second since I featured her. Link me Hella Zabu, Scholar. Let's take a peek at it. I don't know that I want a Zabu, but I'm interested in seeing a Hella list to start. I posted a highlight with the Ghost Rider deck we were just playing over the weekend. It was up on Saturday, I believe, or Sunday, one of the 2 days. How many cubes did we net off the Yellow Jacket Company? We're actually up 6 by the end of it. You can't replace Dracula Prius deck. Did anybody have a Hella list for me, or am I building from scratch? Like 2 people in chat offered. Bueller. Don't post raw deck lists in chat, please. It's spammy and the format doesn't work. Crystal. All right, I'm on board for some Crystal. Sure. Let's take her out for a spin. Oh, that's a good question. Why Death if no Lady Sif? It should just be Hulk, right? You thought I was free to play. There must be some mistake. You seem to be confused. Well? This is... I would be lying if I didn't say that went exactly how I expected this to go. I like the look of this other one. Someone linked better. Death makes more sense when we have Lady Sif. Absorbing Man to duplicate some of our things seems good. How I feel about Moon Knight over Swordmaster. This is disruptive, but Swordmaster is more stats. I do need Moon Knight boosters though, so I'll give that the nod for now. Racian, thank you for the 720. Racian 720, thank you for the prime.
Escaped.
Damn it, Brood. Can't a man try and play Hellas in peace? Okay. Okay. Oh, and we have Lady Sif for death. Things are coming up, Millhouse chat. Road! I am rapidly remembering why I haven't posted a hella highlight video in a while, chat. Okay. Okay. No. Domino into the Strange Academy. We have an Agatha gamer on the other side of the table, chat. My thoughts on Crystal now that Zabu's been out for a while. Oh, they're just storming. That makes sense. My thoughts on Crystal are that sadly she's probably still not good enough. Five cards in my deck.
Opponent snapped.
Huh? We're dead, huh? I don't know how we ever win left or right. I guess there's a world where... No, wait, we could be fine, right? I go Blade and I go Absorbing Man. And then we discard these two and then we peel Hello off the top, 1 and 3. Okay, we're gonna discard this Infinite, easy peasy. Then we're gonna play Hella and win the game. Oh, Ghost Rider, Sedge. Oh, Vibranium Mines. We weren't 1 and 3, we were 1 and 9.
Escaped.
Chat, if I played the Ghost Rider there, we would have been locked out of being able to play Hella in the middle, meaning we were guaranteed to lose left and right. You're right that I failed to account for only being 1 and 9 to draw Hella in my calculation, though. You're right. We're probably not going to do a full set with this deck. I think I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave this deck to other folks who want to do it. I think if we want to play a bad discard deck, maybe we'll play the Lockjaw discard deck. I think that deck's more fun. This archetype feels just far too high variance. This is guaranteed to bin infinite, right?
Clear for takeoff.
Okay, and then we Jubilee, he says before he hits blade and discards hella. I have mixed feelings on this situation. Many mixed feelings. We are dead to Taskmaster. They technically countered our Jubilee and our Ghost Rider. Yeah, this ain't it yet. I just don't think this deck's very fun. Even when it works, everything just flips like into play in random locations. Just doesn't do it for me. Hey, Gundam Wing Goku, thank you for the almost 3 years. That's true. Did I delete Cerebro Run in my deck editor, actually? I think I cleared out Cerebro 1 when I needed space. Sedge. We haven't played with the all foils deck yet. It probably has enough reasonable cards in it that it could be close to okay. It's like mostly fine. It's also kind of a budget deck by virtue of the fact that all the cards I happen to have split are ones that are more accessible. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that it's playing a bunch of cards that typically would go in viewer build around deck submissions, right? This looks like an AI generated deck. It's just a bunch of like generically fine cards. On 5, yeah, probably.
Wind aid.
Deal? I think. I don't think we can win the throne room, though, is the problem, right? Yeah, I guess, like, maybe Magneto in the middle does it. Says before he gets leadered. Yeah, for what it's worth, chat, this is a textbook example of why I've stopped taking viewer submissions while we wait for a balanced patch, because most of the cards in this deck are just like the generically good interactive cards that leader nerf would have tied. No, we'd still lose left and right, right? Like, a lot of these cards are just, you just can't really play an honest disruptive deck like this currently, because it's just too bad into leader. They out-tempo you in the early game, and then you can never play any of your catch-up cards, because they also just catch them back up. I'll play some Lockthor for a little bit. That deck's fine. Am I holding these for Lockjaw? I think so. Well, with that draw, I kind of wish I would have played this out because I can go Lockjaw to Jubilee now. Vision could easily be replaced by Captain Marvel here, right? No, I think Vision is much better than Captain Marvel in this archetype. That's why I play Vision. Being able to flip Vision out of the Lockjaw path and then move it away to somewhere else and then play another card into your Lockjaw path has a ton of value. Actually, let's go Sunspot into Thor because I don't want to flip the hammer with the Sunspot. I want to draw it with Lady Thor next turn.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Yeah. Batman. That's actually a pretty good hit. So we get to Mjolnir, make this bigger, get something else here, then Jane drop back up to do it again, and we're kind of competing in the one path they're fully committed to. Hey, Swiftwork. Yeah, Daredevil's a ton of fun. It's one of the more amusing control cards. Do I need pets? I have 3 children. They are 7, 8, and 2. Arrow could get us here. Arrow there does not get us though. Okay, so this puts us up to 30.
To me.
We're getting 6 more here, so we do go to 42 off of this. If I hammer and soak, we win the right.
Mjolnir. To me.
Not by enough. Not by enough. What was the last card in my deck? Chavez and... Chavez and Magneto. So this was, there were actually 2 out of 3 cards in our deck that won this game, and we hit the one that didn't. Feels bad, man. Why do I play Armor? Because Shang-Chi is a card. It's also good at protecting your Sunspot from Killmonger. It's also a reasonable disruptive card against things playing Carnage. Oh, did Jubilee guarantee? That might have been. I didn't stop to count that, but Jubilee did guarantee Magneto. I didn't stop and think about what Jubilee would have done. That's a good thought. I have to go back and count that. You might be right that that would have been game winning. I think putting frequent floors in the ladder at every 10 levels would make the cube system dysfunctional for the ranked system in general, and it would be a very bad thing to do. I think unranked should have been a higher priority, but that ship has sailed, and it's supposed to be coming with the patch later in January, so hopefully that's good enough. But I think unranked giving people a means to unranked giving people a means to test decks is ideal, not removing or adding rank floors. My understanding is we're supposed to be getting an actual unranked queue coming up. I think dropping people based on their highest rank rather than their current rank kind of does the same thing as rank floors in that it has people just like spew cubes endlessly at the end of the season. I assume unranked will still use the internal MMR number. That's pretty typical in card games and games in general. What do you think the correct fix for leader is? If you scroll back on my YouTube channel to last month at some point, I published a video called 7 Ways to Fix Leader. You'll get boosters and unranked. I would assume so, but we don't know yet because it doesn't exist, right? Feature has yet to be implemented. If you can't get boosters and complete daily quests, unranked is kind of a disaster. Dev said you'll be able to complete missions on unranked. Okay. Yeah, I think I am looking at metrics on the top 5 location videos. I don't know that I'm gonna stop doing them all together, but I think I'm probably gonna stop doing them for the ones that I feel are more obvious. If you found yourself missing my top 5 video over the weekend for the location stuff, you should make sure you check the community post tab, because I put a community post up. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Is there a bundle tonight? If there's a patch, we don't know when the patch is coming though. I guess we get to leave for 1 cube.
Escape.
Living. Thoughts on Odin versus Hulk in this list? I think Odin is much better. That is why I'm playing the Hulk. I'm not a big fan of Dracula in this archetype. I don't think you really have room to play it out. I think it's often worse than Jubilee. YouTube didn't show you the community post. You should just make an assumption, chat, that if you want to actually see content you're subscribed to on YouTube, you can't trust your recommended homepages. You need to actually log in and check the actual pages, sites, or content creators that you care about, because the YouTube algorithm does not promote things. I love to drink at the bar, champ. Have you considered putting Adam Warlock in this deck so you could call it Adam Thorlock? That is actually the single best reason to play Adam Warlock I have ever heard in Marvel Snap. And I will now take it under consideration. Yeah, honestly, I probably just shouldn't have snapped that last game. I should have let us get to do our thing. If you're someone that's hanging out at home and you're wondering, Jeff, can I replace card X, Y, or Z in this archetype? Most of them, the answer is yes. Lockjaw is one of the cards I have an ultimate deck guide for it. Be sure to check out that video over there for lots of different budget and other wacky builds of this deck. This is my preferred variation of the archetype that you currently see on your screen, though. Without a Wasp or anything guaranteed teed up for Lockjaw, I'm going to Thor before we Lockjaw so that we have a chance to draw the hammer right away to play out with this. Is the token shop rigged? No, your human brain is just really bad about understanding statistics. Ultron today, is it still viable with Patriot? I've never really been a fan of Ultron and Patriot. It's fine, but it's very telegraphed. Need to get myself a non-human brain. Yeah. Maybe you and Ted Cruz could trade. Well, there's 2 rocks in our deck. Do I want to pull Hawk and Rock Slide? Or do I want to just chill? I'm just gonna Chavez middle and assume they can't play here. Six remain.
Mjolnir, to me. Mjolnir, to me.
You know what? We take those. Beggars will not be choosy. Put the cubes in the box and walk away. Sometimes lucky, question mark. Chillin'. Actually, maybe we just armor the Nexus to make sure they can't kill our stuff there. We'll go armor into Thor. Do you not like Darkhawk as much or just tired of using him? No, I think every person who has the piles and piles of people who do not have access to Darkhawk, I think are likely sick of watching every streamer only play Darkhawk for the last week. So I am explicitly making a point to play other things. Wongers not interesting. Okay.
Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. The Hulk's actually not a terrible drop because we're gonna want a good 6-drop to play mid along with Hammer and Wasp next turn. Why not Jane mid? Because I'm cursed with literacy.
Mjolnir, to me.
Vapor Diffusion, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Okay. Okay, thank you, Magneto. Nice Wong, LOL. LOL, nice Wong. Sit down, Wongers. Bye, friends.
Victory.
Listen, chat. Wong's got 99 problems, and Magneto is definitely one of them. I have to play here on 5. It's probably fine. Hopefully they reality stone the dream dimension here. There's a reason why Quake and Crystal's abilities are worded so they have to be played in the center. Yeah, I believe Second Dinner thought that making them restricted to only work in the center location was a power level increase. So that way you could have the option to not have them trigger in certain situations. But in reality, I think it just makes them awkward and worse. Thank you, friendo.
Clear for takeoff.
It might be wrong to play Jane, if only because she gives us another bad hit in our hand for Grand Central. Alright, Grand Central Dift.
Escaped.
Alright, I want to share something from Brood, because I'm going to quote this a lot, I think, so I want to show the first-hand source here before we start quoting it. Metal Black, thank you for the brand new Prime. So, there was a comment in the patch notes about how once you are Series 3 complete, you will no longer get exactly 400 collector tokens every time you would have gotten a Series 3 card. Instead, you're going to get a random amount between 200 and 600. And Ben says here, we actually take them in multiples. So there might be 2 or 3 copies of each in there. So if they drop every 4 boxes, then you will have exactly average 400 tokens after 32 or something boxes. So similar to how they changed, you used to only get a card every 48 levels to you get a card randomly at some point inside each group of 48 levels. they're not actually changing for better or worse the total number of tokens you get over a group. This is purely worse for the player because it slows down. No, that's exactly the opposite is what we're saying here. So it adds a little bit of variance to it, but it could, this is purely a dopamine machine change. This is, you will run hot at the beginning sometimes, and you will run bad at the beginning sometimes. It essentially does nothing in terms of how much it speeds up or slows down things, but it makes people feel something while engaging with the system. So, fun story with Papa Jeff. During the Marvel Snap closed beta, these collector's reserves didn't exist yet. And instead of these collector's reserves, there were just set points on the ladder where you were guaranteed to get a mystery card or get a variant. And people complained more than they do now at seeing the fact that they were only going to get a card every 48 levels. And the fact that even though you still get one card per 48 levels, but you don't know exactly where those cards are coming, from a psychological perspective, feels better. And it's kind of one of those instances like where people are like, oh, I hate clickbait. Clickbait sucks. But then they also only engage with clickbait and they reward clickbait heavily. It's one of those things where people are going to say, I would rather have it be consistent, but then in actuality, how it plays out and how their behavior works with the system doesn't reflect what they're saying. It's very much a human psychology style change that at the end of the day shakes out to work exactly the same with the actual currency that you're getting. Is it scummy and is it predatory? Yes, definitely. Is it also a change that will make people feel better engaging with the system overall? Yeah, probably. Alright, chat, I'm infinite rank, which means we don't play Weird World games. Next.
Escape.
One card every 48 levels or one card every 48 reserves. While you are still collecting Series 3, you get one card per 48 levels. One card per group of 4 reserves. The after 32 boxes or something part of Ben's statement there was simply him not knowing or not committing to what the given group of reserves is before you have exactly the average, because he either didn't know what it was offhand or they haven't figured that number out when he was posting that. Probably he just didn't know what it was offhand. I think letting Ben be muddy in a spot like that rather than commit to something and someone calling a gotcha on it afterwards is good. Don't try and gotcha Ben, chat. He is communicating with us more than most developers would. And part of the reason why other developers don't regularly communicate with the player base is because they don't want to be gotcha'd like that. Because if they say something like that and it ends up not being the case, they kind of stepped in it. So he is slightly vague there for the sake of not stepping in it, would be my assumption. Ben Brode communicates with the player base primarily on Twitter and Discord. There's an official Marvel Snap Discord server. Yes, what Pyro just said there is exactly the case. Marvel Snap is a large project and it is not feasible for one person, even if they are, you know, one of the people that started the company, to know every detail on every project. Lovely. If you have Wasp, Thorin, Lockjaw, and a normal location set, what's your preferred turn 3? What's the rest of my hand? There are a lot of fatties in my hand already. That context matters too. Womp womp. Are they a Agatha deck? Why did we Iceman the Death's Domain? Whenever you have a YouTube video plugged to the stream title, I never know if I'm supposed to stop and go watch it. Always. It would be a weird Agatha build, yeah? Want to grab Wave here so that way we beat Dr. Doom? Round! Okay, so they played the Iceman here because they were setting up Zola to Zola the Gambit is what happened. The funny part there was not only did we lose the 80%er, but if the Magneto would have grabbed the Gambit, we also would have won. So we lost the 50%er and then lost the 80%er. And then we got to queue into Weird World again.
Escaped.
If you don't have a card to discard, Gambit still kills something. He's a bro like that. Lockjaw still pulls things out of your deck with Weird Worlds. I just don't really enjoy Weird World gameplay, so I skip it if I'm infinite. When I finally unlock Bast, I'll probably build some Adam Warlock decks, because I've heard people say... I've heard people say that they think Adam Warlock is fine with Bast. But until we get Bast, no intentions of Warlocking.
Wakanda forever.
All systems go.
Okay, if I move this, I'm at 15 here. This puts me to 27. They're going to 30, so we're dead. Magneto Mid doesn't accomplish anything. They have priority. Need an A. Slightly better hit on our Jubilee to win that game. Would have hit. Thor or America Chavez would have won there. Yeah, Ghost Rider Zombie is great. American Bash, we played that for a little bit earlier today. It was good. Hey, Zabaka, thanks for the 2 months. All right, we're gonna play something else. We're gonna play something else. Not a good day to Lockjaw, Chip. That was kind of mediocre with Sinister One Dead. I think we actually just chill. How often should you expect to pull a 5 card from reserves? Actual never.
Escaped.
Oh, Chad, I got a Darkhawk variant over the weekend. We were talking about not playing Darkhawk decks. I haven't had a chance to show him off.
Opponent snapped.
If I open and he pull 5 cards from reserves, nope. And I don't ever expect to. Am I excited for Sauron? Not really. I think I'm actually getting Bast rather than getting Sauron. Sauron goes in like exactly one deck. Hey, what's going on, Harry? Yeah, good games today. Is there a reasonable Deadpool deck somewhere? If there is, I am not aware of it. You don't fully realize just how much armor. You don't fully realize just how much armor and how much armor and Cosmo there is in this game until you try to play. Until you try and play Deadpool. Isn't Darkhawk and Magic anti-synergy? Yeah, I mean, it's anti-synergy the same way, like, eating your dessert with your main course at the same time wouldn't be ideal, but, like, there's still 2 great things that are fine if they're a little awkward with each other. Just put more individually good cards in your deck and you'll be fine.
I am Iron Man.
Hey, what's going on, Jerkman? Thanks for the 2 months. Incandescent, thanks for the 2 months, by the way. Alright, so we have priority here, which kind of sucks, but they also might just not be playing for the center. Valkyrie doesn't do anything here. I think it's just Iron Man Mystique and hope that 14 wins mid. 22 should win the left. Famous last words. We could get Surfer plus Absorbing Man. Someone asked earlier, what's the minimum cards you need for Surfer? I think you need Brood mostly. The other details past that can be massaged around, but Brood really amps up the power level.
Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Looks like we're dead.
I am Iron Man.
Darkhawk is Tarmogoyf adjacent. I think that's probably a good take. I agree with that. It's a generically strong card that also has some loose synergies that go in with it. I'm kind of expecting Darkhawk to lose his base point of power at some point. at a minimum. I could also see them giving him the Devil Dinosaur treatment and kicking his base power up to 3, but making him cost 5. Although that would make him not work with Zabu, but maybe that would be for the best. Those of you that are new to Snap, Devil Dinosaur used to be 3 energy and have 0 base power. He's been through some changes. Oh, it's not the Psylocke I wanted for Christmas, chat. What do you think about a deck composition with Sandman plus Ronan? I think neither Sandman nor Ronan are particularly great at the moment. Is that better or worse than it is now? Significantly better. Oh, snap. Yeah, this used to be a 4/4, by the way. 4 energy, 4 power. Yeah, chat, and not only was Devil Dino a 3/0, but Moon Girl was also a 3/3. It was really something. Yes, I agree with Violet Journey. I really like Ronan as a card, but it is not great into the current metagame where people are vomiting their hands out consistently. I think Mr. Negative needs a rework so he doesn't restrict future card releases. I think they should just design future cards pretending Mr. Negative doesn't exist, and if he ends up being problematic in the future, you change him once he's problematic, not after the fact. Get rid of the super flow. I think it's more beneficial for them than us at this point. It makes sense to try and force a Mr. Negative deck without Psylocke or Magic. I think you could play Mr. Negative without those cards, but I do think it is a fairly sizable power level downgrade. Yep. Any chance to play Ronan decks today? No, like we just talked about 30 seconds ago. I think Ronan is very poorly positioned in the current Marvel Snap metagame. Oh, this is enough. I think we probably lose the right. See though. Our deck has 3 cards in it, so we're only going to 13 here. Part of the reason why Darkhawk is very good is because there isn't really a card that just like generically makes it bad. Wait, what? Okay, good chat, good chat.
Victory.
Ilarino. So I had incorrectly said in the past that the chest contents were determined during when they were hit on the track, not when you opened them. And it was clarified by a second dinner person that their intention is to do that, but they were unable to implement it in the pre-Christmas patch. It was my understanding that that was going to be how they would work as of a patch last year, but that ended up not being implemented as the case. So So the contents of your caches are not determined, which I assume is related to why they had a massive issue with how things worked. I assume, isn't it why we had an issue with reserves at the start of what's it called? When that patch happened, where they changed over what the reserves had in them. Our hand's pretty bad. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bounce. All right, non-subs, I'm standing up to stretch. I'll see you in a minute. We're gonna do some more negative when we get back. Here, babe. I'm actually gonna run to the restroom, subs. I'll be back in a minute. Someone in chat asks, is there a Mr. Negative... Let's wait for the Admiral to finish. Someone in chat asks, is there a Mr. Negative deck that plays Jane Foster? Jane Foster is quite bad in Mr. Negative, in my opinion. So there's two reasons that Jane Foster is bad. The first is that if she's not already in your hand when you Mr. Negative your deck, she becomes an 8 energy unplayable card. The second thing that makes Jane Foster bad is she removes all of the guesswork on your opponent's part. When you haven't played Jane, your opponent has some amount of question in their mind of, oh, maybe I can beat what they have here. However, once you play Jane out, you remove any chance of that being a possibility, right? So your opponent gets an easier time to retreat, costing you cubes. Part of the reason why this archetype is powerful and has good cube equity is because people stay in games, or talk themselves into staying in games, I should say, that they should probably be leaving. Just snap before Jane, but you're still losing yourself cube equity in those situations. You're basically never getting 8 cubes in a game where you play Jane Foster, and this archetype is very good at winning 8 cubes on average in my experience. Yeah, you're retreating for smaller amounts. Shout out to our opponent for not snapping before they leached us. You get 8 cubes when you play Jane. Listen, chat, when I explain to you something that I think is not good, I'm assuming that your opponents have a basic understanding of Marvel Snap, which is why when I explain to you that Wong is not good and I list off all the reasons, and you're like, well, Wong's really good where I'm playing out on the ladder, I believe you. It's really good where where you're playing Wong on the ladder. Rogue is an excellent tech card in this archetype. Big cosign that Rogue is good. You say that a lot, fundamental understanding. A lack of fundamentals is a big problem. 'Tis the 8th month of the first year of me selling my Magic collection. My hands twitch. The Stockholm Syndrome threatens. What's going on, Mar? Welcome back. Put on a snap-a-lapping me. Sarah and stay, I think. Maybe we're gonna get Shang-Chi to the middle. We can hopefully win left and right.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Oh, we're just getting Spider-Man. Yeah, it looks like we're dead. Shame we didn't have magic this turn. Do you have any New Year's resolutions? No, if I have something that I need to change or improve in my life, I don't wait for the year to roll over to make a meaningful adjustment.
Escape.
I really don't enjoy Deathwave as an archetype, and I don't intend to play it or update it. I would recommend checking out KM Best for a player that's very good that enjoys playing Deathwave and plays a lot of it. Is there any information about the upcoming DC card game? None that I'm aware of. Lose some cubes with some hazmat today. Someone asked for Cerebro one. KM Best has only been playing Hawk now. That doesn't surprise me. Ah, what a fun experience. Leech Leader. Leech Leader.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Fill up the left side for this lizard. Is Bishop too much of a win more card in this deck? No, the non-Darkhawk versions of this deck usually play Bishop. It's just Bishop and Darkhawk fill a very similar role in that they are cards that just have good stat lines. So if I play Iron Man to the left, we will go to 22, and they will go down to 22, so I probably want a chance for Ironheart to go over here, but I assume we're losing this game because there's no way this wins on this side, so I'm gonna retreat now. This is also not great into them playing Leader on the final turn, which is definitely a card they're playing. Mephisto is not a Marvel Snap card that's been released. Okay. Man, we just cannot win with anything today. It's been a rough ride of an afternoon. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. Snap Carnage into Vats. Best pool 3 only deck? Probably stock negative, honestly, KM Best. Like 2 or 3 cards off of the one we were just playing. I think that archetype's very close to being very, very, very strong. Honestly, I'm not even sure the Series 5 cards make the stock negative deck better. And I think a big part of what makes it good, too, is you generally play Rogue in that build, which is good to everybody playing Darkhawk. Well, let me click the button again, chat. Is there anything that I occasionally miss about Magic the Gathering? The deep card pool that Magic has available to it. I think it's something that I wouldn't mind having on occasion, but Magic also did their best to kind of torpedo a lot of their deep card pool in recent years and make them unplayable, so it's kind of like 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. Part of why I fell out of love there was them continually power creeping their non-rotating formats.
All systems go.
This has gotta be game winning, right? Okay.
Victory.
Dex, thank you for the brand new Prime. Yeah, when I played Magic, Modern was my favorite format for a long time, and like trying to figure out which new card or two from every set release might be somewhat impactful with Modern was fun. And then they realized they could monetize players like that really heavily by effectively forcibly rotating Modern every 2 years with Modern Horizons releases, and it just burned a lot of my good feelings I had about the game. Just like, this is no longer the thing I enjoy. Well, shit. And there's a Daredevil on each side, chat. They cancel each other out. Is Arrow worth grabbing in your token shop? Arrow is one of, if not the best card currently in Marvel Snap. She's a very, very good pickup. Modern equal type 2. No, Modern was one of their non-rotating formats. Or it was just supposed to get bigger over time. Opened 4 reserves in a row, and there wasn't a Series 3 card. Did I misunderstand you when you said 1 and 4? 1 per group of 4. And if you don't understand what that means, I break it down in this video here. Between losing the Sanctum for free and our hands just feel a little awkward here. I think we're just chilling for the time being. I'm just passing.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Okay, and I assume we're just locked out at this point on the left. The token shop is different for everyone, and it only shows you cards that you don't have as well as variants. So it has to be different for everyone because everybody's collection is different. Does that mean you can't get more than 1 per group 4? Correct. It is impossible to run good or bad when it comes to collecting your cards in Marvel Snap. You are guaranteed to get 1 card per group. All right, so to make a decision here, do I want to HUD into Viper into Necrotia, or do I want to save the Viper to pair with the Sentry down the line when he creates a Void to the left? I think I'm just going to take the guaranteed 1-2 curve here. Getting the Viper into Necrotia sounds great. Pivot, pivot. Nobody panic. My Viper flips coins professionally, chat. Everybody calm down. Damn it, Viper. You had 1 job.
Escaped.
Listen, chat, she just choked under pressure, okay? Don't act like you've never had a bad day. How many decks with Sentry and Destroyer? No, I think all Destroyer decks are better off not playing Sentry. We snap turn 4 Sentry Viper in this house, chat. Them's the rules, okay? Oh, nothing on turn 3 called my snap. Wonder if they're infinite already. Just don't care. Zabu. The old one is this. 19-point swing on turn 4. Pretty good. By a voice actor? Why, are you trying to say my face was made for radio? You'd be right.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Literal Spider-Man meme, chat. In the most direct sense. Literal. Okay, I think we're still good. Question mark, maybe, I don't know, Dr. Doobie, I guess. Mr. Broad said last week that they were hoping the patch would be delayed by less than a week, which would be Wednesday at the latest, so hopefully his estimation holds true. Probably Mojo, Butus. Could be my swap. All right, we got 2 draws and a kitty here to Sentry Viper. Nailed it. Domino, so probably Surfer. Oh, that's a good one for Sentry Viper, chat. That's a good one for Sentry Viper. What's my most anticipated card? I really want to play with Stature. So I've got a sick Black Bolt variant I'm hoping she makes playable. Yes, this is one of the decks that I used to climb 7 or 8 ranks with on stream last week. We climbed from like 80 to 90, if I recall correctly. Do I prefer static, 400 token drops, or bucketed 2 to 600? I think it's largely irrelevant and mostly won't impact me regardless. I think in terms of how it will make the game feel, it will probably make the game feel better, which is fine. You're gonna leech me. As long as I don't brood right, that would be kind of spooky. Oh, I didn't press the enter button yet. Is it harder to grind ranks around the 40s and 50s or higher 70 plus? I mean, if it was easier to grind ranks lower, everybody would be higher, right? Is there a way to sort by the most successful decks on Marvel Snap Zone? Good Marvel Snap data doesn't currently exist for a variety of reasons. Will I open deck submissions after the patch? I'm gonna open deck submissions for at least one day and see how they go, but I'm also willing to acknowledge they might still feel crappy and need to wait until the patch at the end of the month to really do those. Maybe the arrow and leader change will be enough, so we'll take a beat and see, but there's also a chance that they're just not. Why did I turn them off? Yeah, Cam, a lot of the deck submissions I would do would be people submitting me their collections, and one of the expectations people generally have when they submit me their collection is they want me to build something kind of neat or novel or not straightforward that they couldn't build themselves. And a lot of the neat, novel, not straightforward stuff just gets shit on by Leech Leader. Yeah, I'm not just like, I wouldn't just like play Deathwave or Destroyer endlessly. Darius Tidebringer, thank you for the 2 months. Bar with no name on the right side location chat is actually busted for our deck. Actually cracked. Even if they hadn't already played Quinjet into it. Lack of data is because of how much play happens on mobile and all the third-party trackers are PC. So there are third-party trackers for Android. Part of the reason, we're giving me a hood when bar with no name exists. Okay, interesting choice. Interesting choice. A Drax the Hala here. I mean, the hood might go left, chat. Sorry, so part of the reason why data surrounding Marvel Snap tends to be kind of medium is, this is great, I click this button right, is the fact that we don't have a lot of good filter controls even if we had meaningful sample sizes. For example, Snap.fan lets you filter deck lists by series of cards people have, but like looking at the metagame of someone who's, oh no! Speaking of Snap.fan chat, it just broke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Snap.fan is who I use for, their website's still working. Hold on. Let me refresh here. What am I playing out here? They're dead. Okay.
Victory.
Their website seems to be working. I don't have Cloudflare not working. What could you replace it with? Asking the real questions. believe, chat, we're gonna draw Zabu. No, we also have had zero communication on cards being demoted across series. Is Connecticut a decent Chicago replacement? They both start with C. It's probably a strict upgrade, honestly. Weird that their actual website is working, but the deck display is not. Strange. We'll hide it for now and put a picture up in a second. I think I'm gonna attempt double Spider-Man middle and then win Shuri's Lab with Shang-Chi.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Play the Rock left for tiebreakers. And then we'll Shang plus Demon on the last turn into Shuri's Lab.
All systems go.
That's tough. I guess we do this though. I mean, leader lost in the game there.
This land can never be fully known.
Escaped.
Leader isn't unbeatable. It's just bullied all of the decks that can't beat it somewhat consistently out of the metagame. A card doesn't have to not be unbeatable in order for it to not warp things incredibly around it. Alright, chat. Change of plans. Carnage it is. Snap too late. This, in my opinion, is one of the shittiest, worst things that the Marvel Snap interface fails to prevent. It should not be possible for me to snap while the animations are going, because now I actually can't retreat here and I'm committed to the second cube that I committed to while the animations were playing. It just shouldn't be something that's possible for the game to have happen. While the animations are playing, my ability to snap should be locked. I'll play Professor X on the left. There's a good chance we lose it, but this is my one chance to cheese this. Maybe they play right, and then they don't play Garrett on the last turn. The person whose message I just deleted, English only in my chat, please. We do not have moderators for other languages, and it's important to me that the chat be moderated. Pow Bam Zap, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Weren't they giving free variants in the season pass in the first season? Rather than coming in here and asking us to validate something with you based on our feelings, why don't you just go look it up? Seating the hood in the middle. I think Rescue into Professor X has potential to be built around. It's just a lot of resources to commit your 4-drop and 5-drop to win one single lane, it feels like. Awful Hanzo, thank you for the brand new tier 1, appreciate it.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Escaped.
Yeah, our RNG has not been great today to set a low bar. Yes, if Drax had flipped up there instead of Viper, we would have been in a very, very good spot. Heal Viper next turn. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Notable that a card moving across the board, like Viper donating something, does not count as it moving. I'm snapping now, which might cause them to leave, but they're definitely leaving once we Viper Sentry them, so this is our chance to get another cube. I think Professor X, center or left, wins the game. Or wins the lane. It probably does, right? We'd have been good here even without turning off the Wong. They would have only been +6, right? Up to 13. Just stop or you'll make me buy Sentry. I think Sentry is legitimately good in this deck, Cam. This is the only playable Sentry deck I have. I feel this is the only deck I've felt like Sentry is really playable in. There's probably other Zabu Sentry shells. But it's like, yeah, it's like legitimately reasonable here. Alright, I'm not snapping this because we're gonna get armored again and be sad. Holy crap, sometimes lucky. Wong statistically has to fail twice as often as he works. Yeah, that's probably a reasonable line in the sand. This is turn 4, Professor Cheese, the super flow angle. Yep. Yeah, Valkyrie is like okay with Sentry, but definitely felt worse than I felt with this shell. Now, one thing that's also fun about Professor Xing the right lane here is it stops Sentry's, that stops Sentry from generating anything. Marvel Snap has a native client on Steam that is currently in early access. We can win this, Chip. The vision is very, very good. Spider-Man mid wins. No, not if they just soak Sunspot, right? They can move Vision, chat. Vision gives you a ton of flexibility in these matchups. Yeah, I just don't think we have, we need to draw Shang-Chi here, right? That one doesn't do it.
Escaped.
Why not just Sentry? Because we lose to them soaking on Sunspot. Which feels likely. Viper would have locked their board. Yeah, but with Sunspot, they were still winning, right? A little better. Is it worth it to save 1,900 collector tokens to get Absorbing Man? No. By the time you save 1,900 collector tokens to get Absorbing Man, there will likely be... It will likely be Series 3. Unless you're spending money, it's gonna take you It's gonna take you 2 months to get 1900 collector tokens. Yeah, you'll open a couple of Series 4 cards at that time, and we better, for the love of God, have Series downgrades before then. Communication overall recently has been a little bit less than stellar. Okay, what do we think of this? Drax into Enchantress into Professor X next turn, assuming it wins the path. Okay, is being up by 8 enough is the question. Oh, and she can't go anywhere because we have priority. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, chat. Okay, so they have to beat us by... I feel so smart all of a sudden, yeah. So they have to beat us by 9 here, so I'm going up 5 to 7. So they have to get to 16, so it should be good. Yeah.
Victory.
Our brain is so big, chat. Almost as big as Professor X's muscles. No. If they told you the pity timer on Series 5 cards was you are guaranteed to get one every 400 reserves, would you be happy with that? Because that's what the pity timer would be, right? You get 1 per year. Because that's effectively what it works out to at the moment. Better than never. Chat says that, but I've also met chat, and I would assume you'd still complain. I think I'm gonna generate more tempo than them this turn, and I'm gonna Enchantress the Zabus. This may or may not be right. Is it possible to ever have a full collection as a free-to-play player? It is possible to have every Series 3 card. It is not possible to have every Series 4 and 5 card. You can't even get a full collection as a whale. That's not true, KM Best. I expect to have every card in Marvel Snap again by the end of February at the latest. Probably a little bit sooner than that.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
You're like a Giga Whale, though. I mean, not really. A Giga Whale is like someone buying every extra pack. We don't have priority here, so I'm gonna Shang-Chi the left to beat a Darkhawk, and we'll Carnage to clear these here. How much do I spend to get a full collection? Well, I don't have a full collection at the moment. Oh, wow. God, people are playing random bullshit. It's a good way to get cubes, chat. Random bullshit. I don't know that I'm ever playing around Doctor Doom out of a Zabu deck. I guess it kind of makes sense with Wong, but random bullshit's good for cube equity, chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Doom's not a good card, chat. I'm saying that Doctor Doom inside of a deck with Zabu is not really a thing, right? It's not in the output range that you're playing around. I want to snap, putting a Viper on the Nexus. Chat, to everybody in chat that's now taking a second to explain to me why Doctor Doom is good, please, for the love of God, listen to the words that came out of my mouth. At no point did I say Doctor Doom was not good. Again, for the sake of clarity, the point that I made was Doctor Doom is an atypical card at the top end of a Zabu deck. Oh, this is hilarious. They're a Galactus deck, and they have nowhere they can Galactus. God damn it, Crystal. We're dead, shit. I think we're dead.
Escaped.
Someone talking about the price of Series 5 cards. It's not really a clean calculation because the bundles that release month to month make it fluctuate a great deal. So you can calculate it, what it costs to get it purely based on collection level and spending on gold directly, but all of the bundles that they've been releasing are varying amounts better than that, making it varying amounts cheaper. I believe, chat. I believe. Never lucky rubber ducky. That's fine. We're gonna draw Carnage next turn, and we'll go Hood Carnage on the right, and then we'll have Drax Demon for the final turn. I like how I take the time to explain that a number doesn't really make sense, and there's important context that you have to have as to why it doesn't make sense, and then someone else pipes back up in chat and parrots that exact same number like I just didn't say anything. Y'all need some help. Yeah, Snap.fan is having some major server issues. That's why my deck list isn't working at the moment. Carnage draw pre-recorded, something like that. This is more than 12, right? So this beats, what's his name? Yeah, they full skip. So if they Infinaut here, this beats 12 middle and I win. They Infinaut here, 8 beats 7 here, I win. I have priority. What does priority have to do with anything? Oh, you know what? I could also just play... here. No, because Enchantress gets rid of the lizard penalty. Are they gonna do She-Hulk? If they have She-Hulk and Arrow, we're probably dead. But we're beating Infinaut. I don't understand leader players yet. They were behind in 2 paths. How did they think that was gonna win? Or they were behind in 2 paths. This is Hood into Carnage left. You see the Discord post about needing 32 reserves to equal out what we get now. I saw the Discord post where Ben said like 32, not saying deterministically one way or another exactly how many we would need. I did see that post. Could be more, could be less. It read like Ben didn't have the number offhand, and he wasn't committing to anything either way. Alright, show me your secrets. anything that's data mined at this point, I don't really have much interest in Python as far as new data mines go, because there's already so many data mine cards that haven't been released yet. Anything brand new is probably a year or more out. I don't know that it's really worth looking at. Also, if you're talking about the batch of new data mine cards I'm thinking about, most of them didn't even have art assets, so they've got to be forever away. Nah, I think Helicarrier really struggles to be competitive. Just doesn't have good enough stats. Loki's not a new data mine. He's been in for a little bit, but I agree that Loki's interesting. All right, so we Professor X to win the middle, and then we have Sentry Demon Drax over here for plus 22 on the last turn. Thoughts on Panther Zola versus Surfer in the current meta? I think they're both fine choices, Young Hove. They have priority. Is Shang-Chi better than Demon? Probably, right? Oh yeah, Drax absorbing man slightly more than Demon, that's true. But with them having priority, I think we just do this. I guess I could split the difference and play for all sides here too. Nah, I think it's better to just play hard for here. I think Hela is a somewhat amusing card that's very narrow in application and not particularly competitive. If you really like the idea of playing exactly a Hela deck, and you should spend your resources on the things that'll bring you joy, but I do not think that archetype is competitive, and it's not likely to ever be. Or take our 1 minute ad break and then sit back down after this game chat. Appreciate everybody hanging out today. For anybody that's new, you won't miss any gameplay while we take our short break. Is it good to run Wong in Zola Panther? I don't think so. I think Shuri is good in Zola Panther, but I think Wong is a little bit too telegraphed a lot of the time. I would be very surprised if Wong was optimal in those decks. I think it's better to look for a deck that is consistent or has good cube gain. I don't know. What is your goal while playing that deck is my question to you. What's the benefit of Sentry in this deck? Well, Viper here is a card that combos with Sentry quite eloquently. Her on reveal sends one of your cards across the board. Our opponent has Subterranea with their Darkhawk deck, but I've got Enchantress and Professor X here, so I think we've got a shot. People like to act like they're mutually exclusive. I think in a lot of instances, the higher cube rate decks are a little bit less consistent, and their inconsistency is part of why they're good cube rates. Daredevil lets us see where our opponent's playing on turn 5. By the way, chat, if you're someone that enjoys Daredevil as a card, but you're missing some of the cards for this particular deck, Daredevil was the latest addition to my Ultimate Deck Guide series that covers everything you need to know to play Daredevil, whether or not you're just starting out in Marvel Snap or you have a fuller collection like myself. Arrow in the middle is +8, so they're going to 5. So if I Professor X here, we win. Yeah. Actually, I should Professor X here because then we just win the center next turn, right? Because we have priority, so we flip up and then she can't pull him over.
Victory.
I don't think Daredevil is good with Devil Dinosaur. because Devil Dinosaur is another 5 energy play, and Daredevil really wants you to play a very specific subset of 5 energy plays. Things like Gamora and Professor X, etc. I would love to play Hood in the Murder World. Thank you for asking. All right, here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Thoughts on Daredevil being a cute bad card? Why on earth would you describe a card that pushes your opponent out of the game on turn 5 as bad? You could make the reasonable argument that Daredevil is not a high cube equity card if you're snapping late with it, and I'd agree with that. But the idea that Daredevil is somehow a bad card is very nonsensical. Grand Central could get us into some trouble here. Well, they said cube bad. Yeah, if you're not snapping early, it is a low cube equity card. That is an accurate statement. I think we're dead here. Things did not line up well for us this game. Although I guess if we Zabu here and then we don't hit Viper here. Oh, actually, Viper in the middle could mess them up, huh? Yeah, there's a Titania deck in the Daredevil guide. Okay, yeah, yellow. If I Vipered the Sentry, we'd guarantee it. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It doesn't really matter though, right? I think you're right that kicking the Sentry over is probably better. Although I don't know. I do have to win the left, right? This is so rude, chat. This is so rude. Feel like I need a shower after that one. I am gonna sit down, chat. I'm gonna run a quick ad break. I'll see you in 60 seconds. You're not gonna miss anything. I think we're gonna play some Cerebro 2 ourselves when we get back. We've been sitting on this deck for a little bit. I fight with my cheap dust to go down. Figure out the spacing on this deck screenshot with, Is that good? Nope. You have 50 cubes with Rider Zabu. That's a good beat. Alright, I'm just gonna retrim this for good measure. Automated thing is down. You own/enjoy playing Galactus. I do own Galactus. We play it on occasion. It's just kind of dry. It's a good 2-cube deck. Is Invisible Woman a good card if you don't have Goose? I actually think Invisible Woman is better than Goose in Cerebro now, in part due to the fact how many, so the purpose of this card is to protect our Cerebros from, Enchantresses. And because Zabu exists now, Goose no longer protects Cerebro from Enchantress. Is the TLDR. You think that Zabu Daredevil deck is the most competitive Daredevil deck? Yeah, probably. It's the one I've enjoyed the most, at least. I don't know, the Titania build that I highlighted today, too, is also good, but in a different way.
Victory.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Storm, but something that's very frequent that happens in other card games is every time there's a new card release in other card games, that new card release just absolutely... Sorry. Oh, pixel variants, chat. Every time there's a new card release in other card games, that new card release dominates the entire game for like weeks on end, right? And it doesn't even have to be good for a new card release to dominate. It just has to be somewhat playable. And the cards being more easily accessible definitely reduces gameplay variety in the short term. Brood doesn't really have a good replacement in this archetype. Brood is a unique, powerful card. That lizard is beautiful, how dare you? Well... gags, but then immediately updates it. Yeah, the first level is cheaper, chat. So you always upgrade things to the frame break, so that way you get a 25 credit discount on the first thing. It's small, but it adds up eventually. Alright, I think this is Mr. Fantastic here, this here, snap them before they see what's coming. My body's ready to get like mojoed plus something else. You get hard counter by Enchantress every time you play this deck. Do you not have Invisible Woman in your collection? She's a pretty important tool for not getting hard countered. Is it true that lower quality cards gain more boosters after a game? So it used to be that lower quality cards were more likely to get boosters after a game. However, that has not been the case for a long while. So we'll go Cerebro into Mr. Sinister. Call it a day. We're going to plus 16 here in the center. Is there a way to get old card backs? Not currently. Would Sarah be better rather than Goblin? Nope. Green Goblin, Hobgoblin is very good in this deck. The number one card people always want to come in here and cut from this archetype before they've played any games with it is Hobgoblin. Chat, my number one piece of advice for you if you're going to be someone who net decks in any card game is play games with cards before you cut them. Obviously in Snap, if you don't have access to a card, you have to cut it. But if you have access to things, especially something like Hobgoblin, that's the Series 1 and Series 2 card, play with the cards that someone else put into the deck and get a feel for what they're doing in that deck and why before you just decide to get rid of them. Yes, Hobgoblin is incredibly powerful alongside Daredevil. Being able to play this card with precision to know you're going to fill their 4th spot in a location is super strong. We obviously don't want to play Mr. Fantastic into the lab, because if he kicks up to 4, we will lose our Cerebro bonus potentially down the line. Next, you'll tell me not to salt my food before eating it. Yeah, I think we go Brood here. Or probably Hobgoblining in the middle. Yeah, if you wanted to play M'Baku, Iceman's definitely the cut. Chat, if you are someone that is looking at this deck list and you're missing a card from it, Cerebro 2 is a perfect opportunity to practice learning how to make edits to a deck yourself. This deck has a very clear deck building requirement. Your cards need to cost 2 energy. Or have 2 powers, sorry. So if you are missing a card, consider replacing it with a different 2 power card.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Which other card games do I play? Before I made Marvel Snap content full-time, I played primarily Magic the Gathering, but in the past I've also played Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, as well as a handful of others. But Magic the Gathering was primarily what I played for years. Yeah, Hex Shards of Fate. Forever way back. Any thoughts on Yondu versus Iceman for the disruptive process? Yes, Iceman is significantly better than Yondu. Oh no, not Arrow. Oh, did they get us? Ah, the demon with the arrow gets us. Close game. No, I never played WoW TCG. Magic the Gathering was the card game that had the biggest competitive scene in paper. When I was playing card games in paper, I was primarily playing them for a competitive outlet. So the thing about Yondu is that while Yondu has a chance to get rid of your opponent's key card, in any game where Yondu misses hitting your opponent's key card, he makes them more likely to draw that key card. So it's incredibly swingy. And while it's true that Yondu provides you with some potentially valuable information with its trigger, when you're a more experienced player, the information that Yondu is providing is something that you can typically infer from just playing the game. No, never an AL5R. What about Iceman versus Korg? I think in general, Iceman is the best disruptive one-drop, with the asterisk that Korg and Yondu have explicit synergies in some decks, right? Like, Korg is good with Dark Hawk, and Yondu is good with Death. No, Yondu is very good with Death and Null. In my opinion, the only places you should play Yondu are with Death and Null.
Opponent snapped.
Our hand's fine. I'm gonna go Storm into Brood plus Nightcrawler. I've got 1 Cerebro lined up. My thoughts on Scorpion. Scorpion's probably one of the best 2-drops in the game. It's very, very, very good.
Wind stayed my hand.
I'm gonna Cerebro this turn, just in case they have like a leech or something. Ported. I mean, chat, they're very clearly playing the Leech Leader deck. It's hard to start the game now to keep up. Are you wrong? Who are you keeping up with? Marvel Snap considers your collection level along with internal MMR when you're laddering up. So you're going to be facing players of similar strength and card pool sizes as you for a very long time until you get better at the game. Eventually, you'll start hitting players with slightly bigger collections than you, but they'll be similarly strength players based on the internal rankings. Just Pass, does that beat Leader? I mean, we beat Leader even with playing the Brood, so might as well play it. Okay, good chat, Leader player. Good chat, Leader player.
Victory.
Collection level weight is laughable compared to MMR. It's laughable after a certain point, but collection level is obviously strongly considered up until the point where you're into Series 3. But you're right, once you're like into Series 3 and you're like collection level 1,000 plus, you have a lot of cards at that point in the MMR, and your current ladder rank seems to matter more. Yeah, Pervidia, I think this is one of the stronger decks in the game. It's one that I definitely enjoy playing at the very least. So I have all of pool 3 and several 4 and couple of 5s. Does it make sense to hold tokens until the new cards drop and the current levels may adjust? I mean, if you're looking to 100% min-max everything, I definitely think that it makes sense to hold on to your tokens until we see how things adjust. I don't think Patriot's a bad deck. I think Patriot's quite reasonable deck. Could be a mirror. They could also be a Patriot Surfer deck, which means I probably want to punt Fisk Tower. Okay, negative Surfer.
Opponent snapped.
Is Hood the best substitute for Titania in the Moon Miles deck? I think I'd play Rocket Raccoon, actually. Because if I recall correctly, my last build of that didn't have a way to take Hood off the table.
I am Iron Man.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a gamba, but Hobgoblin is absurd against Iron Man if they don't fill this path, so I'm gonna YOLO it here. Damn. Oh, we shouldn't have gambled, chat. We'd have won. We'd have just played them all out. Thought. And I didn't think 24 was going to be enough here. Should have just believed. Thought we had to demise him a little bit. And we still lost, even if Goblin. If the Goblin. Nice draw. Monster Island, a hard retreat for this deck. Nope. You can win games without playing Cerebro, chat. Wow, that's so fucking unlucky. I guess I get to storm into Nightcrawler, but that's still such a bad beat.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is slow mode permanent? For non-subscribers, yes. We've been consistently breaking 3,000 people in here every single day, which is incredible and insane, but it means that chat gets a little bit more hectic, so slow mode keeps it at a more manageable rate. Is Scorpion hit bad for us? I mean, it's not good for us. You have slow mode as a sub. It shows the word slow mode, but you don't actually get impacted by it if you're a sub. FYI. So we're at 2. This is 2. This will be 8, 9. I think we lose. First for leader. I think we lose to leader either way, right? We're only going to 9 here. They're going to 11. We're going to 10 to 8. I guess we technically tie leader here, he says before they play Thor's Hammer. Definitely did to that. Why not teleport Nightcrawler left to get the thing? Because if I move the Nightcrawler, chat, they gain 3 power here on Lizard, and I lose 2. So we'll win here, and then we'll lose here and here. So moving the Nightcrawler did not help us win the game. Even if the Lizard wasn't there, it would have still put us 2 tied on the right, and then we lose to any amount of the Sunspot soaking. I think Mind Goblin is the best deck in the game right now. I don't know what a Mind Goblin is, so I'm gonna go with probably not the best deck. I'm confused. Is this supposed to be one of those things where the word sounds like another word? It doesn't even sound like another word. It's you adding another thing after the fact to it. I must be too old, chat, because I'm failing to understand how this is remotely clever. That's definitely not clever. All right, as long as we're in agreement that this is not clever. Got it.
Wind, aid my hand.
Sorry, Zoomers. We expect humor to be higher brow than that to get a rise around here. We're just dead to them. Got big Silver Surfer here, so we'll bounce out.
Escaped.
There's a reason I don't play Scorpion in this deck. I think it's just worse than the other two power things you have access to. Scorpion's a fine card, but I prefer the utility that Invisible Woman, Mr. Sinister, and Daredevil provide. I think if you wanted to play Scorpion in this slot, it's probably fine, but having a 1 energy card that you can play on curve has a lot of value in key spots. We're on to play some Valkyrie Thanos today. We played Valkyrie Thanos and I was kind of unimpressed by it. It felt worse than just playing Khazar Valkyrie. Honestly, the more I play with Thanos, the less I like the card. It really makes most decks you play it in feel less inconsistent, or feel less consistent, more inconsistent, less consistent, whatever you want to say, words and stuff. Inconsistent, something like that. Does Zabu make Goose a subpar inclusion? Yes, Zabu is the reason why I'm no longer playing Goose in this deck. Is accurate. Should I snap? I don't know. Their deck is capable of putting out really large amounts of power, and they have Zabu in play. So I think I'm pretty content just letting this game ride for the time being. If you're someone that is missing a card in this deck, you should practice deck building and tuning yourself and consider what other cheap 2-power cards you could be playing in the place of whatever cards you're missing. This deck has a very clear deck building requirement. Leverage it. Big Giganto. We're dead. No, wait, do we win the left? We're at 24. We're at 28 on the left, actually, right? It's a Brood hiding under Invisible Woman. Oh, 30, because we have Mr. Fantastic. Actually won all 3 of them?
Victory.
Jeff is the best Snap player. I mean, that's not remotely close to being true. I'm an above average Marvel Snap player, but there are certainly plenty of people out there that are mechanically better than I am. It's probably fair to say I'm one of the... it's probably fair to say that I am one of the better Snap players who is capable of articulating what they are doing and why while they play the game. Is likely why my content is successful as it is. But like, it's also worth noting that anybody making any amount of Marvel Snap content is playing much worse than when they play off stream. Oh look, chat, build my own turn 2 Brood. I shared my own Marvel Snap stats on my way to Infinite on my YouTube channel last week. And a fun fact is that in the 3.5 hours that I played Marvel Snap off stream, I averaged over twice as many cubes per hour as I did when I was playing Marvel Snap on stream. During the 25-ish hours I spent playing Marvel Snap on stream while getting to Infinite, during the 25-ish hours I spent playing Marvel Snap, I'm like, oh, I can't play this anywhere now. Well, that's a tilter. I averaged about 8.8 cubes per hour. In the 3.5 hours I played off stream, I averaged closer to 20 cubes per hour. Jeff is the best Snap streamer who regularly streams with 3K people from Cornfield in Illinois. That's true. That's definitely true. You probably don't even need the, What's going on, Jakey? Oh, cover your mouth, dude. Thank you. Feeling okay? How's school day?
Good.
Good?
So Alex come over today?
Sorry about that, chat. Jacob is having a friend over, and they wanted to trade Pokemon cards, and they are not allowed to trade Pokemon cards unless an adult oversees them. I think we'll Daredevil right here, actually. Yeah, we could probably Santa Snap them here. We're in a good spot. What's going on, Viking? Thanks for the 35 months. Welcome back. How could they do Pack to Power if there's adult supervision? Asking the real questions. Enchantress, eh? I'm still muted. I am not. Why didn't I Hobgoblin right instead? That's a good question. I probably should have done that. That's fine. This probably still wins, but I agree that I should have Hobgoblin right. I think this deck's probably ideal without M'Baku in it. I don't know, it's close. There's some edge cases where M'Baku is good, but you just draw him early so often. They have another Enchantress. Yeah, but they can't play Enchantress in the big house. So they'll get Mr. Fantastic, but we should win here with 12 and here with 12. Iceman. Iceman is just a very good card, is accurate. Enchantress probably has some of the best variants in the game. They're so good. No, Invisible Woman protects the cards underneath her from Enchantress. It's the express reason we are playing Invisible Woman in this deck. She is here purely to have counterplay against the counterplay. They would have to have an Enchantress under their own Invisible Woman. What are the top 3 decks right now, in my opinion? I don't know. Again, I think it's still very unclear what the best decks are post Zabu. I don't think a week or whatever. Does a post buff Groot make the cut in Domino Surfer? Probably not. I would not be surprised if a Silver... I think KM is right that a Silver Surfer deck is probably one of the better decks, but I also don't know that I'm particularly confident of which Silver Surfer deck would be the best one. When was the trade embargo put on Pokemon cards in the house? The trade embargo was put on Pokemon cards in the house when Jacob was upset when he realized that most other children's Pokemon cards are not well taken care of like theirs. And I pointed out to him that the cards that he had traded for were incredibly damaged on the backside and had some visible wrinkles on the front as well. At some point, my children will have a better appreciation and grasp the concept of most other parents aren't gamers that help their kids understand things like that, but they're still not quite old enough to understand that we're a little atypical for most of their other friends' parents. there a good replacement for Brood in this deck? Not really, unfortunately. Brood's a pretty uniquely powerful card. How much for a Pokemon pack for Jake, Declan, and their friend? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how much Pokemon packs cost offhand, because the box and a half I have left, the Pokemon company sent me for free, #sponsored. But I'm not doing work with them anymore, so when those run out, I'm gonna have to actually buy some to replace them. most of the Pokemon cards Christy and I have bought for our actual money have been like pre-built decks and stuff. I thought your friend was here.
Yeah, but only at 5.
Oh, he's not coming till 5? He's going to leave at 5 to come here, or leave from here? Is he playing with Declan? This should cover 3. Jacob, you may take 3 Pokemon packs, and you and Alex and Declan may each have 1 to open, okay? That's very generous of you, Kuntz. Get 3 of the same one, please, okay? So fair is fair.
No.
Why did I Brood left instead of middle? Because I wanted to spread power out evenly across all 3 paths as well. I wanted to have 2 things that were getting bonuses left, right, and center.
You didn't want the same generation, so it's fine.
Perfect. You may each have 1.
You didn't want the same generation.
Is negative playable without magic? Yeah, it's definitely. It's a little bit less consistent. Psylocke and negative add consistency to the archetype. So, chat, this is a fun trick. Invisible Woman's cards don't count as being played until they flip up at the end of the game. So if I put Mystique underneath Invisible Woman, she will copy Cerebro or Blue Marvel at the end of the game, so long as Cerebro or Blue Marvel are the final card that I play out. So we're gonna go ahead and tuck her underneath here. Oh no! Womp womp womp. Big rip.
Wind, aid my hand.
Hey, thanks for hanging out, Vets. Appreciate it. Oh no, chat! They made my Hobgoblin worse. I saw you used to use Iron Man instead of Hobgoblin as the reason you prefer one over the other. Yeah, Hobgoblin makes your Professor X's just much more powerful. So if I Marvel and pull this out, this is still 9 in the middle, so we beat Silver Surfer, and they can't double Surfer because of their Cosmo. What brainless deck do I recommend? Marvel Snap's a pretty bad game to play if you want a brainless deck. There's a lot of give and take and bob and weave in this game. There aren't really decks you just get to like turn things off for and not think. Especially with how important snapping and retreating is, you really need to know like what your position is in most games. And you explain how Polaris determines which card to pull. She pulls randomly. Outside of randomly among the cards that aren't in her current lane that meet the requirement. So when they played her here, Invisible Woman was the only 1 or 2 drop that wasn't here, so she was guaranteed to be pulled. Even Agatha, chat, you have to understand how to snap and retreat. Good stuff. Clean living. Why not play for all 3 lanes here? Because I think they're pretty unlikely to add power here, and they only have 1 location here that they can add stuff to. I'd like to dedicate this game to everybody who always says this deck can't beat a Scorpion. This one's for you. That's true, actually. Again, I don't think it's like you can fully turn your brain off, but I think probably the most straightforward deck to play in Marvel Snap is Spectrum Destroyer. You still need to be able to calculate on the final turn whether you should be playing Spectrum or Destroyer, but in general, Spectrum Destroyer, I think, is one of the most straightforward decks in Marvel Snap. Having played with both, do you think Shuri is a better buy or Darkhawk is a better buy? I'm actually curious. KM Best just piped up in chat. KM, do you think Darkhawk is better than Shuri? I think I'm inclined to say Hawk is better. But it's close. They're both very good. I think my gut says Hawk is better. Ooh, that's a good consideration. Darkhawk is very likely to downgrade in series before Shuri does. What'd you get, dude? I'll show chat. The camera doesn't focus real close. Who is that? Is that Octillery with someone else?
It's an artillery rainbow, kind of.
It is a kind of foil Octillery. Cool.
It kind of forward picture artillery, you know?
Yep. It's got person fishing in it too. Put it in your binder so it doesn't get hurt.
It looks pretty real.
Sorry, did I say Hawk would downgrade first? My mouth made bad noises. Shuri will likely downgrade before Hawk does, because it's been in the game longer. I think Shuri's more widely applicable. I don't know, the Hawk package, Hawk dictates like 2 or 3 of the other slots in your deck, but the way they get dictated, they kind of go in a lot of things. I think Sandman is a power buff away from being really good. So this is a thing that I'll end up saying a lot, I'm sure. But I am of the opinion that Sandman should never be a good card in Marvel Snap. Cards like Sandman and Leech should be what are called safety valves, where they exist to break the glass in case of emergency, but they should never be top meta cards. Sorry, I paused there for a minute. My middle child was like sneaking into my office, and he wasn't wearing a shirt, so I had to make sure he didn't come on camera.
Victory.
I think Darkhawk was good even before Zabu. Zabu definitely put him into overdrive, but I think that card was plenty playable before Zabu. Does he need more cards? He was actually dropping off, my children are marginally spoiled, chat, and they've hit a point where, they don't keep every Pokemon card that they open. So these are the non-foil, non-special ones from the packs, you know, hunting for the shinies. At some point, I need to organize and sort through all of them and donate them somewhere. I gotta return the pleb cards. Yeah, they're supposed to give me, they know the rules are they have to give me all the cards they don't want for their binders. Someone asked, do I play Pokemon TCG? My kids and I play casually, so we have a bunch of the pre-constructed decks that we play games with together. But nothing competitively. And Pokemon TCG's digital presence is basically non-existent. No, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not a card game I've ever touched. This is Mr. Fantastic left, into Hobgoblin left, into Blue Marvel. That might not be enough, though.
Opponent nabbed.
0% chance you get another cube. Sir Loathing, thank you for the brand new Prime.
Escaped.
Is Korg not a good slot for this deck? No, I think you'd play Scorpion before you played Korg, and I don't even have room for that. I don't really think Iceman is the best 2-power, cheap, disruptive card, just because of how well it fits on curve in places. Dorassi, thank you for the Prime, appreciate it. I consider running Iron Man in this deck. Yes, I think Iron Man is a much worse 5-drop than Hobgoblin in this archetype, especially when paired with Daredevil. One of the things this archetype struggles to do in some matchups is get enough total stats into a single lane, and Hobgoblin goes a long way towards helping you get a lot of extra stats into a single lane that you are trying to win. What about Green Goblin? I think the 3 energy slot on our deck curve is already really gummed up. We have Cerebro and Brood and Mr. Fantastic and Storm. So playing another 3 energy card is not something that really adds value to what the deck is doing. Hey, Tom, thank you for the 81 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Hobgoblin becomes much worse if you don't have Daredevil, but you can still play this deck without Daredevil for sure. The 2 cards that I think are kind of the minimum for Cerebro 2 to work are Brood and Mystique. Why should I consider Sarah in my Cerebro 2 deck? Should I consider Sarah in my Cerebro 2 deck? Should I consider Sarah in my Cerebro 2 deck? You know what's funny? You're not even the first person to suggest that today. That's the second why not Sarah question we have had this afternoon. Brood or Mr. Sinister are our best 2 draws here. Lovely. We gotta hope that 12 is gonna be enough to win over here. Monka Jubilee. We're gonna be short. Wasn't even a good Jubilee, chat. We still died. There's Spider-Man, obviously instrumental here. If we'd have been able to play for the center, it would have been ideal. Oh wait, we're 16? Oh, math, chat. Math is so hard. LOL.
Victory.
See, chat, we can totally play Sarah. Our things have 7 power. We can totally play Sarah. Our things have 7 power. When the math happens to work out. Can we play some Destroyer today? Yeah, this is gonna be probably our last game with this one before we take our next 1-minute break, and then we'll definitely play a different deck after that.
Wind.
Cerebro Zero. There are not currently enough zero power cards to do Cerebro Zero, unfortunately. Hey, Noah Nichols, thanks for the sub gift. Howdy, howdy.
Opponent snapped.
You have a variant for every card, for most of them. I actually have 2 different Mr. Fantastic variants, I think, or 3, but I just really don't like any of them. I haven't bought the pay to win variant, but I don't even think it's that good. Oh yeah, I have a Pixel and I have the pay to win. I don't know that I really like this one yet. I don't know, I'm torn. I think I prefer the default art if I'm being honest. Alright, let's do one more sets game with short, and then we'll take our ad break and stand up and play something else. I think Sauron will be another kind of underwhelming Series 5 release. I think Daredevil is worthwhile in Destroyer. I do not. It is notably not an ongoing card, which I prefer the ongoing Destroyer. I believe it's a 3/3 Gambus. Like it curves into Mary at least. Like there's probably a 0 deck that will play it. It's just not a particularly interesting or exciting prospect, right? When they buff Hazmat to 2 power in the next patch, I want to try Cerebro 2 with Hazmat and Wong for sure. Yeah, you have to play Cage, Grexy. And Cage is like a fine card. I don't know exactly how we change it, but some of the details shuffle. You probably lose the Daredevil Hobgoblin package and maybe Mr. Fantastic for Invisible Woman. I'm sorry, what? I mean, to be fair, Hub gave us a playable card too, so beggars won't be choosers and all that. We got a 2 power card, chat, so like, you know, it's fine. How can you play on computer? By installing Steam. Need to play Blue Marble here in the event of Enchantress. Are you so unafraid of playing Cerebro Mystique at anything but turn 6? Well, 1, waiting to play them doesn't mean they're safe because Leech is a card that people play. And 2, you'll frequently note that when I'm playing Mystique and Cerebro early, I'm playing them either in the flooded zone that's about to be locked out, or I'm playing them behind Invisible Woman and her thick thighs save lives, chat. Save your ongoings, chat. Play them underneath Invisible Woman. This cost. Oh, this was I was like Zabu. Like my brain is trying to process how the Enchantress and Marveled. Zabu is the answer, chat. This cost 2 and this cost 4. I was like, I knew this cost 1 less. My brain was stuck on how they made their card cheaper with Quinjet. All right, non-subs. I'll see you in a minute. When I get back, we're gonna play some Spectrum Destroyer for a little bit. It's about a second. Deck is very reasonable. Wait, do I have Spectrum Destroyer in my deck editor? I might have actually. Past Jeff might have deleted Spectrum Destroyer from the deck editor. All right, I need to go net deck for myself real quick. Dear Mr. Brood, 10 more deck slots would go a long way. It's all I'm saying. 10 more deck slots would go a long way. Oh no, is Snap.fan still down? I might actually not be able to net deck from my past self. Just got a loading screen. Oh, all right, there we go. Hey, Impalware, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. The interaction between Hazmat and Cage is unintuitive. Hazmat's ability is on reveal, then you slam Cage and it reverses what happened somehow. No, Luke Cage just Luke Cage probably isn't a playable card if it doesn't work retroactively, so I think from power level perspective, that's fine. Oh, and actually I need to take a screenshot. What's my take with the token drop change? It's unnecessary for players other than preying on their gambling tendencies. Listen, chat. All of Marvel Snap, as far as the psychology goes, is designed to leverage and prey on gambling tendencies. Impalware, thank you for the brand new Prime. And Boris Squita, thank you for the 19 months. I think moving the collector's tokens needle to being still the same amount overall, but adding a little bit of variance into it will probably make the system feel better for players in the long run, because it does leverage psychology in an appropriate manner. Ghost Rider, thanks for the Prime. Yeah, and Marvel Snap's not unique in this is predatory aspect, right? Most people will like it, they just don't know it yet, is accurate. I'm supposed to get a copy of Destroyer or not here. I feel like I'm unlikely to play a second one. For folks asking, can you replace Electra in this deck? Yeah, you lose a little bit of power at your top end, because you can only play one of your 6 drops in a given game if you don't have Electro, but definitely playable without him. I agree, this deck is very consistent. A little bit of a Gamba on the right, but I think it's correct. Damn. If I Spectrum, we go up to 9. Then we go down to 8, and they go down to 8. It actually comes down to a tiebreaker, right? Stay for 1 cube for that. Breaker, give me the news. I hope they don't. Shang-Chi, you.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, third out. Thank you for the Prime. Is Psylocke a bad pen? I think Psylocke is a powerful and unique effect, and if you would enjoy playing decks that she goes into, she's a fine pickup. the breaker by a little bit here, unfortunately. The rock slide into the right definitely had big spooky energy. Guess they were just playing around Professor X though. I have a guide on Mr. Negative decks. Yeah, that's one of the cards you can find the ultimate deck guide for up on my YouTube channel. Just scroll down on the front page. And you'll find it there. I think Darkhawk should be a 5 cost, a little bit power buff. I think if you made Darkhawk not be a 4 cost anymore, it changes the dynamic of the card entirely. Because it no longer plays with Zabu. I don't think Cerebro 4 is very competitive in my experience playing with it recently. Well, that's unfortunate. Open Super Scroll, do you have any deck ideas for him? Yeah, Super Scroll's not really a card that you, like, build a deck around. Super Scroll is the kind of card where... you add it to your deck as a tech card against certain types of decks. Things like Zabu or Iron Man or stuff like that. Scroll is more of like a Shang-Chi or an Enchantress and something like Darkhawk where you build your deck around it. How is Crystal with Zabu? After playing games with it, I don't think Crystal is likely very good, even in a Zabu shell. What about Cerebro 3? I think Cerebro 3 Destroyer is okay. Not amazing, but fine.
Victory.
If you're someone that's new to my content, I post a deck highlight with a different deck 7 days a week on my YouTube channel. I sometimes revisit things, but usually I wait 2 to 3 weeks before revisiting them. So if there's a wide range of ideas up there. If you're ever looking for things to consider poking at and building, it's a great place to scroll back through. I frequently scroll back through it myself, looking for things that I should revisit to try again. Yeah, opening Destroyer early is one of the better Series 3 cards you can open early. Purely because it, like, enables an archetype all on its own. I think Atuma or Warpath is better in this deck. I think Warpath is better, that's why I'm playing Warpath. Is Cerebro 3 good or not? I think Cerebro 2 is the best Cerebro archetype. Crystal would be too good if they took away the location restriction. I think they added the location restriction to Crystal, thinking it made her better, but I'm not sure if that's actually worked out to be the case. Kinda hoping to PL Destroyer here. 1 and 4. How does Cerebro 2 get around Scorpion with Blue Marvel and Hobgoblin? It's one of the many reasons why Hobgoblin is better than Iron Man. Iron Man is also bad into Scorpion, while Hobgoblin is good into Scorpion. This deck has a hard time with Enchantress. That's what I have to say about your Enchantress problems. Get Shang-Chi here in time. Always spooky, never lucky. There is a reason, chat, why my cube rate off stream is over twice what my cube rate is on stream. I don't play Weird World games on stream, they're annoying.
Escaped.
Someone asked about Mojo versus Lizard in this deck. I think we're at a point in the current metagame where I don't expect my opponents to be consistently filling up their paths, which makes Lizard a good bit better than Mojo. Do I get paid to have the NordVPN logo on my screen? Yes, NordVPN is one of the sponsors of my content here. You want to secure your internet while also supporting my stuff? Great way to check them out using my link. Just in chat, we snap Professor X Gambus here. Is Weird World in the rarer location pool? Yeah, offhand, I believe it is rare.
Victory.
When's the next patch coming out? As soon as it's ready. How do you go about reaching out to sponsors? They normally reach out to you. It's a mix of the two. Sometimes I'll reach out to places via social media or email. I also work with a small management group that helps reach out to places. What state do I live in? A perpetual state of confusion. Does Luke Cage work with Valkyrie? So it does, but I don't think that that's really a great combo. At least it's not one that I've really enjoyed. They probably play Kiln this turn, right? It's their last turn to play into there. And then we'll go Destroyer into Iron Man over here on the right for 28. Hope that's enough. How does deck feel without Electro? It's alright. You don't get to do, so like this is something you can't do without Electro, right? Like you can't Destroyer into Iron Man afterwards. You can't Destroyer into Spectrum afterwards. But like, can you retroactively use my NordVPN code? You cannot. It is a new customer promo thing only. You not like to hear my opinions on the slow mode timer? I mean, if you don't like the slow mode timer, you're welcome to subscribe using your free Twitch Prime sub that I can see based on the icon next to your name you have. But I am very happy with the slow mode timer, and it has been working fine. Oh yeah, I should move armor over. I forgot that New York was a thing. I guess leaving armor there means they can't move Darkhawk over. I don't know, it keeps them honest, right? We're going to 28. I think 28 should probably be good. We could get Shang-Chi because they could be a zombie deck, but we'll see. For people wondering, I'm not playing Lizard or Ant-Man. Electro does not allow that to be a play.
Victory.
Dutch Fever, thank you for the Prime. I honestly thought 2-minute slow mode was going to be too slow when I first threw it up. But watching the rate at which chat moves along, even with 2-minute slow mode, I think it has ended up being correct for the amount of people that we have in here and the amount of people we have chatting. Slow mode has also caused what was always kind of my goal for my chat, which is if people know they can only post one message every 2 minutes, they put a little bit more thought on average into the message that they're sending. We get more complete sentences and less one-word things as people like press enter after each word they type. It's really good symbolic. The variant art in this game is just like so tops.
Assemble.
Thanks, Pit Fantastic. The way in which I manage my online spaces is the result of years of experience and a non-zero amount of therapy sessions, allowing me to realize that I deserve to be happy in the spaces where I work. And if shutting out negativity or things that make me unhappy is the way to do that, then I should do that. Oh, Mr. Hawk is not great for us.
Assemble.
Professor X. This is feeling a lot like a Gamba angle, chat. Do we think we can win an honest game? So here's the question. Can we win an honest game with Iron Man into Spectrum? Or do I need to Professor X and just hope that the Gamba breaks the way we want it to? I think I'm just going to Professor X middle and hope that that's enough. I think they're going to play left. Famous last words. Oh, no. Rip. Yeah, I think we had to gamble here to have a chance to win. And obviously, I missed the 50-50. I thought they were going to play for the location that they had less power in, not the one where they had more and less spaces. So, bad read on my part, I guess. I think we're pretty unlikely to win with Iron Man into Spectrum, so I think we need to take this this gamble here. I don't know. I don't think we're cooked at all if we hit there. How about Daredevil? I think on average, like, well, obviously in that particular game, Daredevil would have been useful for knowing on that turn. More often than not, your places where you're playing Professor X out in this deck tend to be fairly deterministic, making Daredevil kind of redundant. Usually you're just like playing Professor X in your one path where you've stacked up a bunch of stuff. Colossus is simply a 2-drop that can help you get more than 15 power into your destroyer lane, while also still having synergy with Spectrum.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, I don't know that we could get to 4 here and still have enough power in other spaces. I guess we do this, and then we'll like have 11 over here on the right, but I don't know that 11 on the right is going to be enough. Maybe here's a world where we don't fill in the Ant-Man and we Spectrum right. Yes, Colossus is just a generically fine tech card into a lot of random variants in the game. It's great into things like the negative zone. It's also good into Death's Domain. I agree with that. This adds 7 here on the right. And adds 12 in the middle. Why do you play Electro in this deck? So you can, oh, man, that's brutal. Yeah, there are a lot of series 4 and 5 cards in my collection level in matchmaking and rank. Like, my experience on the Marvel Snap Ladder is not representative of what the average newer player or mid-Series 3 player is going to play. We're almost playing a different game. There's some overlap, obviously, but like, when I play a deck that's like a budget deck that's good and reasonable for newer players, it's much worse at the spot where I am at. You've seen a lot of Arrow today. Yeah, Arrow is one of, if not the best card in Marvel Snap. Probably a toss-up between her and Leader. You have stats on all the decks you tried and which one has the highest win rate. So, contrary to what she told you during undergrad, size matters. And the reason why I don't keep religious track of the stats on the various decks that I'm playing is because my sample sizes are small and bad. And there's a very common misconception among people that small bad data is better than no data, and that really couldn't be further from the truth. You are going to make worse conclusions drawing from small sample sizes than you will from otherwise. Normally, where do you want to play Arrow? In the location where where you're punting, you're giving up a location. How old am I? I turned 32 on Saturday. Can I unban your alt account? Let's see what your alt account was banned for. Not even close. I think we're gonna win the tiebreaker this game, chat. Strong possibility. What do you think would be a good sample size? The more variables that you have to account for, the bigger your sample size needs to be. Do you think Marvel Snap is a game that, with all of the deck building choices that you have in it, has a lot of variables or not a lot of variables? Go to Kiko, thank you for the prime, appreciate it.
Victory.
To answer my own question, Marvel Snap has a lot of variables and moving pieces. Paula, thank you for the sub gifts, that's super generous. A good sample size, infeasibly large. At a minimum, it's hundreds, if not thousands of games. And then another thing that's key to having a good sample size is ideally your sample size should be being generated by multiple people. Hey, Iku, thank you for the sub gift. And that's also, like, in Marvel Snap, it's not just decks that you're mitigating variance on when you're talking about, okay, what are we doing with this particular thing? It's also the size of your location variance too is something you have to mitigate as well. Like, imagine you play 20 Cerebro 2 games, but you low roll and you get Monster Island in half of them, right? Like, it's like, well, it's very easy to say this very clearly isn't representative of like what this deck's average experience is. This location is terrible for you. I don't think Sandman is a good Marvel Snap card, and I do not think playing it to try and counter Zabu is good play. Yeah, that's another good one to call out. Considering how what's the word I'm searching for? Considering how feature locations come up, right? Like how many of your sample sizes were over a featured or hot location day? That's half the week. I think Mephisto is going to be good in Mr. Negative. I'd be kind of surprised if Mephisto was released with the same text box that it's data mined to have. They frequently change cards between when they're data mined and released.
Avengers! Assemble. Wakanda forever!
Oh, I forgot to play Electron as well. I was just so excited to Cosmo and Arnim Zola. And now they're gonna do something else and we're gonna lose, but I was just like, it was a good dog. It's a good draw. so weird how my cube rate is so worse while I'm streaming. It's funny how that works. It's my favorite deck with Viper in it. Probably one of the Hood mid-range decks. Yeah, if you're in the same MMR bracket as a streamer, it's very easy to farm cubes off of them because you regularly repair into the same people. What does mid-range refer to? In other card games, it typically refers to cards that are like good, individually good cards that have above rate effects for what they do. Zabu Dracula list earlier, you played, you preferred Dracula list. That or the Zero Dracula list that we posted a highlight with last month. Was it underrated or underviewed Marvel Snapshot in your opinion? I don't really does a lot of live content, but I did a podcasty style collab interview with a creator called, it goes by the handle of Bootman, that has a really reasonable YouTube channel. I like a lot of his takes on things. Very grounded, level-headed individual that has a good background coming into the game. For my thoughts about tournaments and Snap with future releases, I would be surprised if tournaments ever really took off in Marvel Snap, in large part due to Marvel Snap's card acquisition system. What would you say is the difference in card games between a zoo and a mid-range deck? So, mid-range decks tend to be disruptive / interactive, and zoo decks tend to just swarm the board.
Avengers! Assemble.
If you're looking to replace Electro in this deck, Mr. Fantastic would be my suggestion, although it is a bit worse. I think buffing Sandman is as simple as making it cost zero. I think Sandman is a card that should never be good, and I'm happy that it's bad. Whenever I hear someone say Marvel Snap has too much RNG to be a tournament game, it always makes me chuckle and shake my head. Marvel Snap is probably one of, if not the lowest variance card games I've ever touched. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I think data will get significantly better when people can do friendly games to check certain matchups with less variance and higher concentration. No, not at all. I don't expect people to play that many friendly games, if I'm being honest. The latter and the unranked queue will probably be the primary way people still engage with the game. There's a huge convenience level in just being able to click and fire it. My poker background. So I played a lot of poker during, I have a graduate and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I put myself through undergrad part-time playing cash poker tournaments. It was one of my handful of sources of income while I was going to school. I do not play poker anymore today because playing poker optimally in a way that is profitable is an incredibly mind-numbingly boring experience. It involves a lot of stats and a lot of folding in a way that I don't particularly enjoy, but it was a fine way to make money. Hey, thanks, Kate.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
You don't understand how unranked will work. It'll just be people actually playing their decks out. What % of people are actually infinite? It feels like everybody says that they are. I believe the stat we were given is that somewhere between 3 and 10% of people make infinite. Does Professor X die in Vormir? He does not. what streaming and recording software they use. OBS is the industry standard for streaming and recording. Professor X to the left here. Let's see if we can get a freebie on Spectrum the middle next turn for +9 up to 21. Well, that might not be good enough with Thor. We'll see. Unranked exists, you just have to get to level 100 first. LOL.
Opponent snapped. Mjolnir, to me.
I wonder how much of the player base will opt for unranked when it comes out. I'd assume the people in like my MMR bracket, unranked largely won't be a thing that they care about, but I assume people at lower ranks that have ranked anxiety especially will greatly prefer the unranked mode. That's fine and good. I expect it will probably get easier to climb from like ranks 30 to maybe 50 or 60 or 70 because there will likely be a higher density of bots in those ranks once unranked is an option. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of if you press this undo all actions button and your opponent hasn't finished their turn yet, it should unlock in your turn. And Ben Brode had actually commented online that that's something that they want to have happen at some point, but their technology stack has just not made it possible yet.
Avengers, assemble. Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
It's like another Leech Leader player. Green Dimension is real bad for us. What's up with bots? I don't understand why this. Bots exist for two reasons. The first is they exist to put extra cubes back into the system because the snap mechanic is a net zero system overall. The second is they exist to make it so queue times can't go terribly long. What do we know about the tech stack that Marvel Snap has built in? Not a lot, actually. Is there no room for Daredevil in this deck? Nah, I don't think Daredevil's particularly great here. My little baby destroyer, chat. Probably dead here. They spread their stats out pretty well. Yeah, that's fine though, massively. Whoa, they didn't play for the right. Oh. Should play mid in case of leader. Maybe, I don't know. I was behind by more in the mid, so I think I'm supposed to play right. And it's probably a safe assumption that most things are made in Unity these days. There's no reason to write your own game engine from scratch. Thanks everybody for hanging out today, by the way. Kenphil Fan, my little ticker says you are our 300th new follower for the day. This is awesome to see. More people coming in interested in Marvel Snap. For people that aren't familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream and make content full-time here on Twitch and on YouTube. Marvel Snap is my primary focus these days. You'll find me here Monday through Friday live, starting at about 9 a.m. Central until about 5 or 6 p.m. Central. Usually I play a pretty wide range of decks, usually try to change what we're doing every 60 to 90 minutes or so to give you a lot of variety. I also have on my YouTube channel the best of the best decks that I play, highlighted each one day a week. So good range of stuff there if you're looking for some of the best stuff that I've made after the fact. My background before Snap, I've been streaming for almost a decade, over a decade now. Yeah, my account was made in May of 2012 here on Twitch. Before Marvel Snap, I was a full-time content creator doing Magic the Gathering and other strategy and card games here on the platform.
I am Iron Man.
It has been that long. In fact, I've been partnered for, what does it say, like 88 or 89 months? Yeah, I've been partnered for 88 months here on Twitch. Still play any Magic? No, it's been quite a long time since I really enjoyed Magic the Gathering as a game. For the last couple of years, I was mostly phoning in my content, I think it's fair to say, because this is the way that I generate revenue to pay for my home, feed my kids, etc. Destroyer, but I can't play him into the big house, so I don't know that we can stay here realistically. Which game is giving me the most boosts in viewers? My current amount of viewers for Marvel Snap is the most I've ever had in my decade on Twitch. Do you ever go live on YouTube? No, only on Twitch. YouTube's a pretty inferior live streaming platform still. It is honestly baffling to me. We're probably supposed to retreat here. They might level themselves and give us the win though. It's honestly baffling to me how, oh my god. Oh, they had Cosmo. I was like, oh, we win because they're gonna pull our thing in, but they didn't because they have Cosmo. It's baffling to me how many people YouTube has brought over to their platform with paid contracts and they just like don't have very basic live streaming features that Twitch has had for the decade I've been here. And that's not to mention that like discoverability and people looking for live streams largely don't exist on YouTube. YouTube is very good at letting you find live streams for people that you're subscribed to, but trying to like discover people in live streams is just like not something that really happens the way their platform is currently designed. We have no communication from Marvel Snap folks about when the patch is coming. Okay, so I have Cosmo, who we will be able to play Destroyer underneath. However, I can't Iron Man and Destroyer over the course of the game. So this is probably like Colossus here, Cosmo here, Captain America, or Warpath on 4, Captain America on 5, Destroyer on 6. In general, do you advise people spending tokens while collecting pool 3? Yeah, definitely. I think you should be spending tokens on things that spark joy for you. You should focus on picking up cards that you would enjoy playing with more than anything.
Opponent snapped.
Ant-Man Hover Animation is one of my favorites in the game. That's really good. I have a full tier list breakdown on Series 3 cards here, where I talk through things that I feel are useful in different spots based on different criteria. Oh, they're also an Electro deck. Interesting. Is there a Leech in my future then? Leech really doesn't bother us at this point. Makes the Captain America mid a little bit worse on next turn, but otherwise fine. They could be Galactus, but I mean, if they're Galactus, we just play Iron Man middle and that's fine, right? Huh. Do we put them on Galactus? Oh, they can't even Galactus this turn because of the Dream Dimension, right? Yeah, this is fine.
Oh,
We'll
snap.
snap them back. We need an animations tier list. I do not have one of those offhand. Just had a leader player emote spam me and then they copied my destroyer. God bless. Ah. Lamentis. Evening Boreal. Lamentis for their death deck is certainly a good beat. Gotta go after that one. We can't destroy a right, chat. I guess if we destroy a right, maybe Colossus wins the center with 4, but there's no way, right? I feel like there's no way. Yes, when Lamentis was a feature location, death was everywhere and it was very unpleasant. Why can't I destroy her left? I can destroy her left, it just very likely does not win the game. It's okay to undo the nerf to the destroyer. I think the destroyer's fine. It's a good nerf when it happened and it's still fine. How did the destroyer get nerfed? It previously had a 16 point of power. I think I'm bored of this deck, chat. I was gonna try and play it for an entire rotation between ad breaks, but I'm just so bored. This deck's fine to climb with, it's just very dry. Basically do the same thing every game. What's a sweet? What's it called variant? Play some Surfer, haven't done any of that today yet. Oh, I forgot I have to update the deck list manually. Is this thing back yet? It is working, okay.
Right on time.
Alright, looks like Shuri. I don't really want a double domino. Just play her to the left. I was like, Ebony Maw, they zeroed it. Okay. Nice pull. Polaris and drag some of these things around. Can you explain Domino? Yeah, so I did a full deck tech for this covered on the YouTube channel this morning, but the basic TLDR is that by playing Domino, you're guaranteed to have a play before the... You're guaranteed to have a play before the third turn of the game. And in order to statistically guarantee that without Domino, you have to play an incredible number of cards in your deck. You have to play 3 or 4. If you have 3 2 and 1 energy cards, you have an 82% chance to have one on curve. And if you play 4, you have a 90% chance. You wanna Juggernaut them on London? I don't know, it's so spicy to get double Sarah. Maybe that's better. Feels close. No longer have priority now.
Opponent snapped.
Is there any chance this is enough? Hey, Taskmaster me. Yeah, I think chat was right. I should have Juggernauted the previous turn. Yeah, 266 is. I think we were gonna... Oh wait, do we win if we split this up? We're getting plus 18 in the middle? We're only getting plus 6 on the left though, right? I don't think Cerebro is competitive without Mystique as a supplementive card. I think, so people are talking about KM Best's opinion on cards in Silver Surfer. I've looked at a lot of KM Best Surfer lists, and they're very reasonable, but one of the reasons why I like playing Domino as opposed to what KM does is KM plays 3 or 4 2-drops in his deck to consistently have things to fill his curve early, which means that he has to play a smaller range of different 3 energy plays. So if you are playing KM Best build, where you have 3 or 4 1 and 2 energy plays, you are right. You don't have room for things like Juggernaut.
Always lucky.
Because you're more restricted in the total number of 3-drops that you have access to, because you have to fit in a higher density of those things. The big upside to playing this card as your only thing that fills curve early is you get more flexibility in the range of 3-drops that you get to play that are good in different edge situations. I think it is mathematically correct to play Chavez in this Domino Surfer deck to make Sarah's draw chances better, since Domino makes it lower. No, because Chavez makes you less likely to draw Surfer on turn 6. Domino also makes you less likely to draw Surfer on turn 6, but she gives you utility on the in-between. For people asking me, Jeff, would you play this card or this other card in this deck? These are my preferred 12 cards for Silver Surfer. I do not want to play other cards in here. For people saying, Jeff, can I replace card X, Y, or Z in here? Yes, chat. Silver Surfer decks can play a variety of 3-drops that offer you different tech options. If you are missing one of the 3-drops that I'm currently playing, replace it with one that you prefer that's different. Fantastic Max variant. I actually have this one too, but I like my kid variant more. You feel like you end up wasting a lot of energy in this deck. I think Marvel Snap, unlike a lot of other digital card games, doesn't really punish you for not playing a card every single turn over the course of the game, and it's perfectly fine to have unspent energy over the course of a game of Marvel Snap. So yes, you don't use all of your energy every turn in this archetype, but also that's fine. By the way, chat, for everybody at home that's currently participating in the 300 questions about card substitutions in this, I would like to shill my video that's going to be posted tomorrow on my YouTube channel that is titled How to Replace Any Card in a Marvel Snap Deck. It is something that will likely be of interest to many of you at home. Not having priority here kind of sucks. It means I can't kick their Surfer into the Cosmos with Juggernaut. Maybe I was supposed to play Sarah to the left to try and play for priority better here. Short here, huh? And I think this ends up being... Oh my god, did the Polaris do it? Hot dog, hot diggity dog, chat.
Victory.
Got him. Got him. Everybody in chat talking about what they would cut Polaris for. Polaris is wonderful, chat. Do not cut Polaris. Juggernaut's also fantastic. BT dubs. Would have been better there if I would have played to have priority better, but... I mean, intel on the upcoming bundles. As soon as I know something about the bundles that is worth sharing, I will post a news update video on it. Yeah, I have Silver Surfer and Juggernaut. We'll keep through their snap.
What are the odds?
You don't cut Polaris, Polaris cuts you. Ooh, and then we drew Brood? That's exciting. They also have Brood, and they're getting this before us. Just you. Okay. Hey, Rissels, thanks for the Prime, appreciate it. YouTube, do you have any recommendations for what kind of methods are viable to gain more cards faster? You can find my YouTube channel here. I have 2 of them. One is for stream archives and one is for Marvel Snap daily updates. As far as tips on advancing your collection level faster, with the help of the most powerful card in mobile gaming, your credit card, you can advance your Marvel Snap collection track at an amazing rate. Like a Giganto out of the raft that was on the left. It is special, chat. Mark the day. What are my thoughts on adding a mulligan system to Marvel Snap? Marvel Snap already has a mulligan system, chat. This is red button right here. Like, if you would like to mulligan, it's there to help. It should be good with 22 on the right, I imagine. They are +4, so it'll be 11 over on them. All right, come on, Jug. Kick somebody to the right. Pew! Stomp. Oh, I actually don't have the retreat button on the overlay. That's a good call. Ooh, chat. Listen. You can cut the Juggernaut if you want, but I'm confident it's optimal because it makes me happy. And ultimately, chat, you need to do the things that make you happy when you are playing your games. And Juggernaut puts a smile on my face more than almost any other card I've played. It's such a fun, satisfying card. I absolutely hate the pedantic card game players that actually me every time I say the first and only tiebreaker in Marvel Snap is total power. Because if you can't infer that bar with no name changes the rules of the game and thus impacts tiebreakers, like, that's on you. The whole point of most cards in card games is they mechanically change the rules of the game. And locations similarly in this game. You'll be better off if you understand that. So I don't... The tiebreaker, well, bar with no name cares about negative power, chat. So how do you think it works with bar with no name? Instead of the bigger number being the tiebreaker, it's the littler number, because bar with no name changes the game rules in that manner. Yes. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, it's technically correct to acknowledge that it exists, but it's also something you should be able to infer from the game, and it's very wordy to include one asterisk in there. Don't you get too sweaty about Kingpin with Magneto and Arrow working against you? Nah, you can usually know when those are in the output range of decks you're playing against and not worry about it. Brood is very, very good. Just a great card in general. Brood is the one card that's not replaceable if you're trying to play Silver Surfer. You can sub out any of the other 3-drops in here for mixed results. Brood is not optional. You will lose a lot of games that you would be winning if you don't have Brood. I frequently say streaming on Twitch.tv is a lot like being a parent to a toddler. You have to speak slowly and repeat yourself frequently. I don't include Sunspot in this deck because over the course of the game, we have 1 unused energy on 4 and 2 unused energy on 5. Sometimes we just play Sarah, but there are a lot of games where we only have 1 unused energy in this deck. Technically 1 on turn 1, 2, so 2, but like, Sunspot's not actually soaking that much in this archetype. Yes, before I was a full-time content producer, I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level, with math being my topic. My undergraduate degree had an education minor. Bedtime, but I'm starving. Found the parent. Found the parent. I think I'll ever upgrade my black and white splits to infinite. Yeah, at some point. At some point, I'll probably have enough boosters on them that I'll probably try and split my black and white variants to have particular border effects that I'm looking for. Because, like, black and white splits with Kirby dots are probably the best one. What do I think about Quicksilver? I think the amount of power Quicksilver adds is not worth the lost inconsistency that it provides. So the rough math, quick, awkward interaction. When Mirror Dimension copies the Flooded Zone, this is not actually the last card, last turn. This card can be played here. Next turn is the last turn, cards can be played here. This is a quick point of reference. You're right, maybe I should have left the bar for Surfer to surf into. Could have been okay. But so eventually, like when we get really big whale status, I want inked cards that have Kirby dots on them, not just like generically inked cards. This is the long big whale energy. Hey, welcome to a live one, Macbeth. Someone asked how long I plan on streaming for today. Only about another half hour. Wow, get wrecked. Brutal. On Monday nights, I have Cub Scout meetings with my 2 boys. Just gotta sign off so we can get over to those. So Brood here into Surfer is 9. Max into Surfer is also 9. Neither of my 2 are really into BB guns. They both like archery, though. So put me to... That might be enough. I don't know. I guess we died to Magneto, huh? Magneto puts them to 14. That's 2 cards. Do we have a shot? Slim margin. I'm an Eagle Scout. I am not. I started undergrad when I was 16, and scouting took a big backseat to education at that point. So never quite finished up all of those things when I was a lad. We have Killmonger for Sunspot. We have Silver Surfer Cheetah. That's a snap. After this game, I'm going to go ahead and take our 1-minute ad break, our last one of the stream, and then we'll play for another half hour or so before I gotta sign off. Appreciate everybody chilling on this Monday. For someone that's new, I'll be back again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central. Awkward. Kind of a Scar diff. The Cosno. Is this, in my opinion, the best deck that one can play? I don't really have strong opinions on deck strength. I think Marvel Snap's a game where there's a pretty wide range of things that tend to be competitive. Is there a way to link your Steam and Apple accounts? I believe so.
Opponent snapped.
So Domino, I was gonna mention that. So Domino in this deck makes you 2.3% less likely to have Silver Surfer on turn 6, is the way the math works out. All right, looks like we're dead. I don't think we can win middle. I'm gonna gamble here. You should probably leave if you're not infinite, chap. We're gonna spew some cubes to see exactly what they're doing. Oh, I guess Vision... No, we beat Vision if it moves, right? They might level themselves out of this game. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Thor. Oh, yeah. Get out of here. I don't know that it's right to stay in there, but we gambled and they leveled themselves. All right, non-subs, we'll see you in a minute. I'm gonna take a seat back down and we're gonna keep snapping for a little bit more here. We'll never know what that card was, chat. We'll never know if it was right or what the reason was for playing it there. Maybe it was some kind of powerful on-reveal effect and they didn't want to get Cosmoed. I mean, I like Thor as a card. I just don't think Thor is particularly great in this particular deck. He is slightly less likely to have Surfer. Sounds not great, and it's not that much meaningfully bigger than other things like Polaris, for example. Am I staying in through the reset? No, I just mentioned that I'm only gonna be live until about another half hour or so. We only do Monday streams through the reset on season reset days. So four more weeks till that.
Always lucky.
It is very satisfying to have Kingpin stomp things. That and Fisk Tower, I think, have some of the best animation / sounds in the game. They're really well done. I'm gonna Domino in the middle because if they want to try and contest us, we can jug them out of it on 4. What reset's happening? The daily / weekly reset. It's the reset before mentioned. Collector.
Snapped.
He's snapping because they're in Danger Room. I think I'm down. You know who's down, chat? Killmonger's down. They're snapping Zan Zabu. Gross. Oh, gross. Anger probably did at this point. How do you get gray cards? By splitting the same card multiple times. I think the season passes are always great things to pick up in Marvel Snap. The dollar to stuff ratio in the Marvel Snap season pass is better than the dollar to stuff ratio anywhere else in the client by design. Sweet, and they played for center. We might actually win this game, huh? We might actually win this game. Where do I want to jug? Do I want to jug? It could just be like brood right, max left, and then surfer wherever. That's probably the line, right? They're gonna dino. They're gonna dino left. Do you think so? Their dino will have 15 stats. So many stats. Then we just like take the coin flip, it goes mid. It's probably reasonable. Whoa! Oh, rough. Rough. We needed one of their things to die. Close. Danger room was not so dangerous. I was not expecting the full play there. Great, the very, very safe room. Yeah. Do you need something, Declan? I'm gonna ring your phone. I don't have my phone down here. Sorry, bud. He misplaced his Android device, chat, so he needs me to use my Android device to locate it for him. All your stuff dies on danger there. Have you tried being luckier? It's a strong play. I expect the update to come tonight. Nah, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I think Sinister London is better for us than it is for them on average. That's close though. Yeah, Kingpin London is good for some chaos on turn 6. Well, the damage is probably done with Zabu at this point, right? That's true. If they have Moon Girl, it's probably worth taking away. Yeah, honestly, it's probably better off waiting in case they play Darkhawk or something, right? They have 7 cards in their hand. What if I just max mouse? Their White Queen just actually didn't do anything there. That's so great. I don't have the winter variant for Rogue split yet. I'm shy boosters on it. Oh, I get to play 1 card here, and then we get to play 2 cards next turn. I want to try and have Jug right takes out whatever they play. Oh, that's a good thought, actually. What if we just do this? Yeah, I kind of like that, actually. Yeah, this fills these two. That's kind of sweet. Doesn't get value out of Kingpin, but don't hit my Surfer, thank you. This just fills these deterministically. what they were like. Open a Darkhawk or something here. Juggernaut really just has some of the best utility in the game. He's so good. You just do this, right? I guess I could Killmonger. Is Killmonger better? Killmonger, if Killmonger goes here, I could lose, right? Why not Brood Right? Is Brood Right better? So that is probably safer, huh? Yeah. Let's tick. Sets up working out. Versus the fours vying for dominance. Nailed it. Arrow almost got us there. You played the Hazmat Beast Bounce deck. I have not seen a list for that going around. Ooh, an extra Fisk. 5-drop Tribal Wen, asking the real questions. Do we snap? I guess I don't have Surfer yet. I would say, do I snap
What are the odds?
Killmonger into the Sunspot? If we draw Brood, we'll snap having gotten the Raft.
Oh, snap.
Arrow is fine, she just needs less stats. I wouldn't be surprised if a few months from now Arrow has like 5 or 6 points of power. They're taking her to 7 in this next patch, but 5 to 6 is probably realistic. Do I want to Killmonger on the last turn? Yeah, probably. The patch doesn't usually have anything to do with the reset yet. Using on that. Mr. Negative did have 6 points of stats in the beta. It was kind of unreal. Do you use the Snap.fan tracker app? I do, yes. Yes. Not only did I play Pokemon Unite, but I was actually at their World Championships as a part of their broadcast team for their World Championships in 2018. That seems fitting, right? I need the Helicarrier here. Well, actually, if I Helicarrier here, these two together is enough to beat these, right? Yeah. We're gonna need 13 over here up to 20. Did I say 2018? I was counting things. The 2022 last year. Their first and only World Championships last year. My mouth making bad noises again. I did. When I got this variant, I was like, okay, we are playing that. Hi, baby girl. You saw your friends at school? I am downstairs. I am working downstairs. Oh, I forgot to Killmonger the Sunspot chat. It's going back and forth. No, I'm working downstairs in my office. Yep. That is my phone. That's not for toddlers. Yes, Healy. Okay, go tell mommy and she'll get you some milk, okay? Love you, baby girl. Hey, can you carry this up to mommy for me?
Opponent
You put it on the counter. It's you. Just put it on the counter and I'll wash it later. Is that a baby variant of Jeff Hoagland? Something like that. For those that are new, that's Haley. She is 2.5.
Lucky.
It's my youngest. Declan brought me my phone so I could find his for him. So I didn't have it, but Declan brought it to me so I could locate it for him. You ever play Unite? Not since Snap release. It's occupied a lot of my gaming time. The off-stream games I am playing lately are currently playing Genshin and The Witcher 3 Remaster off-stream here and there. As well as Snap, obviously. Is Tech playable without cards? Asking the real questions. A Cosno in the middle, so that way whatever they're doing on turn 5 gets got.
Clear for takeoff.
Why not Rogue the Zabu? Because Zabu basically gets his value the first turn he flips up. And we don't know what kind of Zabu deck they are yet. So generally speaking, I prefer to save Rogue to tag either, you know, Devil Dinosaur or Dark Hawk or something like that. So we go Juggernaut here, Max Polaris here. Hope for the best. We could lose to Infinite here, I suppose. Go left. You want that? You should ask your mommy. Nailed it. Decided to go wide instead of playing it out. You have to eat this upstairs at the table. Ask mommy to open. You, Haley. Tender juicy hot dog. Thank you for the prime. Tender, is it tender juicy prime as well? I'll have to taste it later. It's a good sub for Polaris. You're their favorite 3 energy card. G, thanks for the support. Appreciate it. For any of the new subs today, by the way, you should make sure you link your Discord to your to your Twitch account and pop it into the subs Discord server. We have very active channels in there with over 1,000 people for Marvel Snap, other video games, food, sports, life, politics, etc. Great place to communicate with other like-minded folks. Why is it 380 points to highlight a message? Because I think Twitch had a thing like it recommends how many points you have something cost at one point, and that was how many it recommended it cost. Without anything else to play on Curfear, I'm just gonna Juggernaut the Mindscape and hope we kick something into Murder World. With my whole family vegetarians, they are not, just me. What made me quit teaching to become a streamer? So, unlike a lot of people that end up in content full-time, I didn't just like quit my job and be like, I'm going to make full-time content. I always made content as a hobby, and then at one point it started making enough money to kind of be a job. So I was like, okay, we'll try and put more energy into this and treat it like a job. So I've been streaming on Twitch for over a decade, but my channel's been partnered for 88 months, and I've only been streaming full-time as a job for the last 5 years now. Went full-time at the start of 2018. I think we Sarah in the middle purely for the fact that I'm gonna have like Brood Surfer Max or Brood Max Surfer on the last turn here, and I'm just like punting the center essentially. They're playing into the center. That's good for us. Ooh, that's not great for us. Less good for us. What did I teach? Mathematics. I don't know that I expect 14 to be enough to win the right, huh? I guess we could theoretically grab Shocker or Rock and yank it over to here, but we could also end up just grabbing something out of the middle. What, does Killmonger do it? Killmonger might do it. And what's more stats? This is 10-16. This is also 10-16. Yeah, you're right. I think Killmonger probably does it. That's a good shout. If they're Ultron, they have priority, which is great for us. Dirty Thing As, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate that. This deck was actually the highlight on my YouTube channel for my deck highlights this morning. One of the things I'm going to be making a point to do over the next couple of weeks, or over the month, I guess you could say, on the channel, is revisiting older archetypes like this. Because I feel like a lot of the content on my feeds has been like all Zabu all the time recently. And a lot of people feel like they've forgotten that there's a ton of other good, reasonable decks in Snap that were good last month and are still very good now.
What are the odds?
This list is definitely among those that meet that requirement. Mind of Cade, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Playing this particular deck is also an excuse to show off my pile of gas variants, if I'm being honest. It's got some of my favorites in my collection. Another stock negative highlight. Yeah, probably. It hasn't been that long since I did one of those. I'll have to double check. Usually I try not to re-highlight the same deck in like, usually I try to go at least, what's the word I'm searching for? I try to go at least like 2 to 3 weeks in between re-highlighting something. Am I going all in on Marvel Snap? I mean, it's hard to say I'm going all in on Marvel Snap so much as I've been all in on Marvel Snap and plan to continue being all in on Marvel Snap. Do I miss Magic? Not even a little bit. Underage Vex, thanks for the 2 months. I didn't stop playing Magic and start playing Marvel Snap because I expected Marvel Snap to be more successful. I have tried many times over the past few years to kind of get out of Magic, but other newer games just didn't stick when I made content for them. Magic's kind of struggled to be a good game for a little while now, in my opinion. It's a tough spot overall. Do I miss what Magic was in 2015? Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. I miss the idea of what Magic was previously. So, Juggernaut and Polaris, this will be 6, 13, but they're probably also a Surfer deck, right? Probably losing to their Surfer. Is there any game I liked as much as Snap, even though the content didn't stick? You know, I don't know that there is. Part of why the Snap content has been so successful, I think, is in part due to how good the actual game is. Yeah, we're just getting Surfered back and then we're dead, right? If I had played this here, we'd have won, right? It's hard to know exactly where. If we had played a different 3-drop here, I should say. Yeah, if we'd have played Storm over here. It's hard to know they're gonna fully punt the left, though. I'd play if I didn't have Kingpin in this deck. Chat, if you are missing cards in a Silver Surfer deck, take it as a deck building exercise to experiment with things. Pick your favorite 3 energy cards and make swaps and try and get a feel for which cards you like and why. These are the 10 3 energy cards I like playing. I bet if you experiment with things, you'll probably discover there are different 3 energy
Always
cards you like
lucky.
playing. You couldn't Cosmo, you'd have lost by 1. No, I could have stormed on the left, right? And that would have been +5 gap. So if I wanted to add more power there, we wouldn't have played Cosmo. We would have played Storm. I think this deck has good cube equity. I think it depends on what rank of the ladder you're playing at. Like, you could make the argument that every deck has bad cube equity if your opponents understand what you're doing. I would argue probably all meta decks have bad cube equity if your opponents understand the game.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, this is terrible for us.
To me.
Juggernaut does not kick out the things that the dog gets. Oh, and then we put the dog into another path and they redrew their zeros. We're super dead here. All right, chat. And with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. We've been live for 8.5 hours. I'm planning to be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central to do it all over again. In addition to my normal daily deck highlight that I posted up on my YouTube channel this morning, that video I'm plugging in my title there, the Ultimate Deck Guide for Daredevil is up here. If you haven't seen any of my Ultimate Deck Guide series, it's my 6th video in there. These are a little bit different than the normal deck highlights with gameplay that I do. I start off highlighting a deck list in these that, this one talks about synergy cards too, that highlights a deck list that you can build right away with just Series 1 and Series 2 cards, and then kind of build up on that idea as you build into a budget deck with more Series 3, and then other more fleshed out ideas with Series 3, Series 4, and Series 5 cards in it. So if you want kind of a great way to help you dip your toe into Series 3 if you're a newer or mid-game player and you're looking for deck lists that you're likely to have cards to play in, this series is a great way to do that. Let's find someone to raid here on Twitch before we pop off for the day, huh? Catch you later, folks. Enjoy some Cam Best. The H logo was upside down. It could look like some J's. Yeah, we experimented with some logos like that, but I just wasn't a fan of the double thing.